Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, baseball fans, wherever you may be watching. Opening night, it has not technically ended yet. Yes, we are 24 hours. We are 24 hours later as far as when we started last night, but things got interesting to say the least. We're tied at 3 in the top of the 11th inning. The game got suspended due to rain. It was raining on and off yesterday. It started to rain harder as the game wore on. Roberto Nunez, with 2 outs, bases loaded, in the bottom of the ninth, was able to tie the game with a 2-run single. Both teams worked a scoreless 10th inning, and here we are in the top of the 11th. Brock Mayer is on the mound for the Lefties. He came on with 2 outs in the top of the 10th inning. He was able to strike out Ben Newton to end that inning. So it'll go Ryan Jeffrey, Nate May, Garrett Vose, Cooper Mullins for the Drifters, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to get us started in the order. Cole Cowden at the top, Austin Santana, Sam Lauderdale, Brady Culp, and Ben Newton round out their order. No change as far as position players are concerned for Springfield. Brock Mayer is good to go. Both teams are ready. Let's do this. The first pitch, the fastball taken upstairs for ball 1. Cowden, nice fresh arm. You could say yesterday almost like a bit of a side day. Obviously, side days are not as intense as a real game. That's at the belt for a called strike, a ball and a strike, the count. Once again, the catcher Nate May wakes on deck. Garrett Vose in the 8th spot. Longer looking this time from Mayer. He works out of the windup. That one's fouled off the end of the bat up into the screen. We'll take a look at the lefties in the field. It'll be Camden Coaster in left, Jacob Billings in center field. He came on for Jacob Pipersick in the middle of the game. Trent Jackson in right, Ethan Young at first, Roberto Nunez at second base. Sebastian Flores playing shortstop in the place of B.Y. Choi. We'll talk more about that as the night wears on. As that fastball's on the outside corner for a called strike 3. Ryan Jeffrey goes down looking. Good start in the top of the 11th for Brock Mayer, 1 out.
A great way to resume momentum. Picked up late last night with their late comeback and picking up right where they left off the very next day.
That'll bring up Nate May. He walked twice yesterday, or earlier in this ballgame. We're going to get real technicals. He swings and misses at a first pitch breaking ball 0-1. He also scored a run in the 3rd inning. Drifters got off to the early lead. They led 3-1 after 6 innings. Lefties had all sorts of base runners. A lot of chances men in scoring positions. That's high, 1-1. Not able to get the big hit until Nunez, of course, in the last of the 9th. Truly last chance in the last of the 9th with 2 outs. Mayer still working out of the windup. Off the end of the bat, it's back towards the middle. Flores is up with it to his left. A good play across the diamond, 2 outs.
Not a problem at all. Brock Mayer finding his groove early in the top of the 11th. And again, if you're just now tuning in with us, a tie ball game at 3 apiece.
Now I'll bring up Garrett Vose. Once again, everybody batting in the 8th spot with 2 outs and nobody on base. And a tie game at 3 in the top of the 11th. Mayer looks good to get things started. Vose drew a couple walks. He's 0 for 2 overall. And he's behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Boy, Brock Mayer, he looks comfortable. Not quite working as quickly as Drew Standen and Bridger Holmes did last night. They were just lightning fast working on the mound, even with that 20-second unofficial pitch clock rule. So that's low, 1-2 the count. Yeah, I got to listen to a little bit of the coaches' meeting, so they were telling me just a little bit about the pitch clock stuff. Basically, the umpire has a buzzer that goes off when he hits the 20-second mark. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Mayer with 2 outs and nobody on base. A little bit outside, 2-2. Mayer takes a little bit of a walk around the mound, trying to gather himself. Looking to work a 1-2-3 top of the 11th inning. And a tie ball game at 3, resuming a suspended game from last night. He kicks and deals. Curveball right down the chute for a called strike 3. Garrett Vose knew it. Second strikeout of the inning, third of the game for Brock Mayer coming out of the bullpen. He works a 1-2-3 top of the 11th inning, and we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. The Lefties trying to win it in extra innings. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for the bottom of the 11th inning. Springfield Drifters will go back to their bullpen. Sora Hurima will take over on the mound in place for Landon Parker, who blew the save in the 9th inning. He worked a clean 10th. This will be the third game he's pitched in, has not allowed a run over 2 in the 3rd innings. He did pick up a save back on the 8th against Wenatchee. As the first pitch is taken down low by Trent Jackson. So it'll be the 8-man Trent Jackson to get things started, followed by Chase Taylor, who came in to pinch hit in the 9th inning. Jacob Billings in the leadoff spot. That's on the inside corner, 1-1 the count. Sebastian Flores in for B.Y. Choi's in the 2nd spot. Roberto Nunez, Ethan Young, Cam Coaster, Barrett Rose, and Derek Gifford. So that one's fouled straight back. Pretty good hack right there from Jackson. Opportunity for the Lefties to win it right away. A tie ball game at 3, home half of the 11th. Zorima works out of the stretch. The high bouncer over the second baseman. Ben Newton is up with it, flips underhand to first in time. One quick out, that'll bring up Chase Taylor. Taylor came in to pinch hit for Sam Adams in the bottom of the 9th. He grounded out to third base as his only opportunity, but he did advance 2 runners in the process. The first pitch by Hurima. That pitch a little outside, 1-0. Everybody else pretty straight up. Same exact positioning for all the Drifters fielders. Everything exactly the same as last night. Rima deals that one a little outside, 2-0 the count. Couple close pitches that Sora wanted. Here's a pitch by Harima. Curveball in there, 2-1 the count. So it's Cole Cownan at third base, Dawson Santana at the shortstop spot, Ben Noonan at second, Brady Culp over at first, Here's the outfield. Ryan Jeffrey in left. Sam Lauderdale is playing center field. Garrett Vose in right. Nate May behind the plate. And, of course, Sora Harima on the mound. That's in the dirt, 3-1 the count. Looks like some sort of slow breaking ball he's been throwing. Not a high velocity guy by any means. The outfield playing pretty straight up. The deepest man is Jeffrey in left. That 3-1 pitch, on the outside corner for a called strike 2. Looked to be a little further out than a couple of those borderline pitches earlier in the at-bat.
Appeared to have fooled Taylor, too. He was getting ready to trot to first base just now.
Oh, it loads up the count. 3-2 with 1 out, nobody on base. Here's the pitch by Harima. And that ball's hit on a line out to left field, but right at Ryan Jeffrey. Barely had to move to put that one away. Taylor gave it a ride, but allowed second out.
And right off the bat, the lefties hungry for a victory. A process over 24 hours in the making as we continue opening night, part 2. Or opening night and a half, should we say.
The first pitch taken inside of 1 ball, no strikes to Jacob Billings. Billings came in to pinch hit for Piper Sick in the 7th inning. He struck out in that opportunity, was hit by a pitch in the 9th. So that curveball's in there, 1-1 the count. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure it was Billings who ended up launching his bat on a swing and a miss early, got caught up in the screen. As that's upstairs, 2-1 the count. Talked to the lefty pitching coach, Ian Turner, and here's his explanation. He's pretty certain that his ability to use the force got the bat down. So that ball's on the ground. The shortstop Santana up with it. Throws on the run to first in time. Good inning by Sora Harima, able to work a 1-2-3 bottom of the 11th. We'll go on to the 12th. Still knotted up at 3. We're going to come back just a little bit early, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting ready for the top of the 12th inning and a tie ball game at 3. And I was talking just an inning ago about with Jacob Billings, his back getting stuck up in the screens and the chain link fence. So it stayed up there the rest of that half inning, and then between frames we went to break, or checking all of our notes, taking care of all that stuff, and then we look up as the next inning starts, and the bat's not there anymore. And it was lodged up there pretty good. And the best explanation I had is that lefties pitching coach Ian Turner, he used the force.
There's no other way to put it. That is a mystery to all of us, following a crazy sequence last night as we resume action this afternoon in a game that's been over 24 hours in the making.
I'm certainly going to ride with that option. It makes just enough sense to me. So it'll be the 9th man, Cooper Mullins, followed by Cole Cowan and Dawson Santana. Brock Mayer getting back to work, and the first pitch is fouled back into the screen. Mullins singled and scored in the 3rd inning last night. Also singled once again in the 7th, so a couple hits to his credit. Mayer back out, already working a clean inning and a 3rd overall in this game. So that pitch is inside. Came on with 2 outs in the top of the 10th inning a night ago. Promptly got the strikeout, and Pretty fresh arm, only a few pitches to work with a night ago. I assume he'll go as long as he can. Looks like a changeup as that one bounces in there. Pretty good life on it, just started way too low. Once again, at the conclusion of this game, it should be about 20 minutes until we start game 2 of tonight, our regularly scheduled ball games. That curveball's at the knees, 2-2 the count. And we'll keep the stream going. We'll come back just occasionally to update everyone. Hey, as far as there's any time change for the second game, just to try and keep everybody abridged as much as possible. As that one's fouled into the screen. Whoa, a pretty good play right there by a Drifters player. Yeah, that was the hitter in the hole, Dawson Santana, making a nice one-handed grab. We saw a Lefties player make a nice grab a night ago. I'm trying to remember who it was. Standing in the on-deck circle on a ricocheted foul ball. Swing and a miss at a fastball. Mullins goes down on strikes. All right, the 4th strikeout of the ball game for Brock Mayer. One quick out in the 12th, it brings up Cole Cowden as a line of flips back to the top.
The third baseman, number 8, Cole Cowden.
Cowden walked in the first, had a safety squeeze back in the third. That first pitch is inside. This Drifters team really likes playing small ball. I think it was 4 different times last night we saw successful sacrifice bunts, including, as I mentioned just a moment ago, a successful safety squeeze from Cowden. That pitch clanks off the glove of Chase Taylor for ball 2.
Another pivotal factor you mentioned, along with small ball, is wild pitches. These teams with their runners on first can advance into scoring position. It's a thing we saw last night. We can see it this afternoon too.
I'll tell you this, if we see a base runner against Mayers, that curveball is a little inside. Close. His command's been really good to get things started. I would have to think Cowden is going to take all the way. It looks like he does. It's in there for a called strike. 3-1 the count with 1 out, nobody on base. A tie ball game at 3 in the top of the 12th inning. Resuming last night's suspended game as that pitch is fouled into the screen, 3-2. The first baseman, Ethan Young, is playing way off of the line. And the third baseman, Gifford, he's playing pretty close to the third base line. That ball's off the end of the bat, sprayed in the right field, but right at Trent Jackson. Ball actually traveled a little bit better than I thought it would. Pretty good one on the ball, but 2 quick outs.
2 quick outs to begin the 12th, and both teams are hungry for a breakthrough hit. The first to score here could potentially really set the tone the remainder of the way and perhaps win the game after what has been a long battle.
Well, any run in extra innings, that's certainly huge. And a chance for Mayer to work a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. It brings up Dawson Santana, still playing shortstop in the second spot as that's outside for ball 1. Santana had an RBI double back in the third, put the second run up of that inning. Also walked in the 6th. That's in there for a called strike. And we were talking last night about, at times, questionable outings from the lefty bullpen. The first week is as Santana shows bunt. It's a good one up the third base line. Gifford, he's going to put that one in his pocket. Another successful bunt, this time for a hit from Dawson Santana. Speed kills.
Speed does kill, Evan, and the first base runner of today's continued game in extra innings with 2 outs as the Drifters looking to tack on to some runs here with 2 outs.
I'd be curious to see if Santana takes off with 2 outs. He has stolen 2 bases so far. That ball's off the end of that, right to the second baseman, Nunez. He'll flip the short way to second to retire the side. Drifters able to get a little bit of action on the base pass thanks to the bunt single by Santana, but they go down quietly. We're through 11 and a half here at Civic Field. The Lefties will try to win it once again when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Evan Schmeiser, joined by Griff McClellan. We journey on to the bottom of the 12th inning. 2-3-4 coming up for the Lefties. Sebastian Flores, Roberto Nunez, and Ethan Young. As Flores swings the first pitch, loops that one. It's going to drop for a base hit into right field. Great way to get things started for Flores, coming off the bat for his first at-bat of this official ball game.
And not an ideal start for Sora Hiruma either, who's had a phenomenal start to his year, following Drifters wins scores of 18-2 and 5-2 over Port Angeles and Wenatchee, respectfully. Hiruma has yet to give up a run this season, but in danger with nobody out and with the lead runner on first to begin the bottom of the 12th inning.
That brings up Roberto Nunez. He shows bunt. He pushes up the first base line. It's gloved by the first baseman Culp, who tags Nunez for the out. The Lefties playing a little bit of small ball. Interesting call by manager Carlos Ramirez. Still in his first full game back with the team after a run to the semifinals in the Junior College World Series.
And what a heck of a game it's been, and a heck of a start to this bottom of the 12th inning with only 2 pitches and 1 out and a runner on second. Should be a fascinating sequence upcoming.
That brings up Ethan Young, who's behind 0-1. Young singled back in the 8th. He's hit the ball hard a couple times. That one's fouled back into the screen. Young, an opportunity to win it with 1 out. The winning run at second base.
Has 4 hits on the year, averaging .250. See if he's got some late inning magic upcoming.
As that ball's in there for a called strike 3 to Young. He thought it was a little bit upstairs. 2 outs now in the winning run at second base. I love the idea to have Nunez sacrifice, though. I know he had a really good night yesterday, of course, tying the game in the 9th. So they'll bring up Cam Coaster. As he calls time at home plate, he's going to talk to Carlos in the third base coach's box. We saw that once last night, too. A batter taking a meeting with manager Carlos Ramirez right before the at-bat started. Curious to see how good that messaging works out. So much of managing a baseball team is just about the relationships and kind of being a psychologist on the ball field.
It's all about helping these players keep their posture, keep their poise, and remain calm in late game situations such as these, with the game on the line in a pivotal moment.
As Cam Coaster digs in. A single should win it. The first pitch is at the knees for strike one. Sora Harima able to work a scoreless bottom of the 11th, trying to work out of a jam with the game on the line.
And can Harima keep his streak alive?
That's in the dirt, and it gets through the catcher May to the backstop. Up to third goes Flores.
The Lefties on the cusp of taking their their home season opener.
Yeah, that's right. It is the home opener. Game 2 coming up as soon as this one ends. A ball and a strike, 2 outs. The winning run is Sebastian Flores at third base. Here's the pitch. Check swing, high. 2-1 the count. Barrett Rose waits on deck. Derek Gifford in the hole. First base is open for what it's worth. The 2-1. That ball's out to center field. Over is Lauderdale. He makes the call and the catch in the alleyway, and that retires the side. The Lefties do threaten. They get Flores all the way over the third base, not able to capitalize. To the top of the 13th inning we go, still tied at 3. Welcome back for the top of the 13th inning. The continuation of the home opener for the Port Angeles Lefties. 4-5-6 coming up for the Drifters as Brady Culp is behind 0-1. Culp, Ben Newton, and Ryan Jeffrey coming up. Lefties threatened just a moment ago. Sebastian Flores led off with a single. Nunez bunted him over the second. Not able to capitalize. It's been a tough game overall, continuation of the game, and the struggles with runners in scoring position are continuing for Port Angeles.
Dating back to last night, they've had so many opportunities to capitalize, and here they are, failing to do so again.
He shows bunt and bunts it foul. Showing bunt, going for a base hit from the cleanup hitter.
An interesting move by the Drifters, seeking to match the Lefties with their small ball techniques. Meanwhile, Mayer's still going strong, pitching well into extra innings.
Yeah, that's everything for the Lefties. Trying to improve to 2-5 on the season. A good breaking ball right there. Got Brady Culp out in front. Already 5th strikeout of the game for him, dating back to last night. That brings up Ben Newton. RBI single for him back in the 6th inning a night ago. He's 1 for 4 overall. He takes a first pitch low. Third baseman Derek Gifford playing about a step in front of the third base bag just in case of a bunt. Second baseman Nunez playing a couple steps into the right field grass. That's off the end of the bat into the screen and actually deflects towards the party deck.
Some more fans potentially going home with some souvenirs, especially along the third baseline.
Maybe
foul
not,
territory.
maybe not this time, Griff. I saw that ball tossed back to the dugout of the Drifters. In theory, though, that sounds great. 1-2 the count to Newton.
To put it mildly, it's been an eventful opening night. Or opening days? I don't know how to put it.
Here's the 1-2 pitch with 1 out and nobody on base. Off the end of the bat, slow roller to the right side. Nunez up with it. Over the first, in time, gets his man by a step. 2 up, 2 down in the 13th. Brock Mayer as good as you could ask for at the moment. Just a single base runner allowed back in the 12th on the bunt single by Santana. Other than that, he's been tough. That brings up Ryan Jeffrey. He got started tonight with a strikeout in the 11th. He comes up empty on the first pitch fastball.
And Mayer still exhibiting some heat, throwing some fastballs down the middle.
Working a little quicker now. He shows bunt, pops it up, and back into the screen. We saw a couple times Springfield attempting to bunt for a base hit with 2 outs a night ago. That's some interesting outfield alignment. Coaster's playing pretty darn shallow in left. Billings straight up in center, and Trent Jackson's playing extremely deep in right field. That breaking ball's high. And also, with the sun starting to creep out ever so slightly, shadows might become a factor. Seeing a few of them kind of trickling out between the mound and home plate. The 1-2. High once again, 2-2.
A very different factor following the first 10 innings of this game when the rain started to downpour last night. Now a very different weather scenario with shadow becoming a potential issue here.
Yeah, we're at 59 degrees. Pretty humid day, and it's great to see the sun as that ball's trickled foul up the first base line.
Meanwhile, did we mention the uniform change? Lefties going with their blue cursive font and orange sleeve unis following their traditional pinstripes in last night's game. It's almost as if we're seeing 2 games in one.
Well, they do look sharp. I have to give credit where it's due. The 2-2. That ball's in the left field. That's going to get in there for a base hit. 2-out base runner for the Drifters in the top of the 13th. And that brings up Nate May. May walked and scored back in the 3rd. He walked again in the 9th. He's been quiet. Garrett Vose wakes on deck. That first pitch is low. No action in the Lefties bullpen. Saw that a couple times last night towards the end of the game. The bullpen being vacated, everybody standing, observing right outside the dugout. Well, no, that ball's ripped back towards the middle. It's going to leak into center field for a base hit. Jeffrey will stop at second. Back-to-back singles for the Drifters. All of a sudden, they have a bit of a rally.
You're right. The Drifters are in business here in the top of the 13th with 2 outs. You mentioned Nate May starting cold. He started cold to his season. Meanwhile, that's only his 3rd hit this season and his first since June 6th against Wenatchee. Could be a pivotal playmaker in the top of the 13th. Can make up for that here with a base hit to potentially give the Drifters the lead.
Picked a pretty good time for it. Swinging at the first pitch and ripping it foul is Vose. Right past the first base coach. But the left-handed batter, Jackson, still playing the deepest of all 3 outfielders in right. He has a good arm. Coaster not very deep in left. Couple looks from Mayer. Here's his 0-1. That ball's looped down the left field line. Foul territory. That will drop into the Drifters bullpen. Moves the count to 0-2.
Garrett Vose, the pitcher, looking to break through here on the top of the 13th.
They'll certainly have to battle. The shortstop Flores playing in the back pocket of Jeffrey at second base. The 0-2 with 2 outs outside. Three to 3. 2 on, 2 outs, top of the 13th inning. Resuming our suspended game from last night. Stopping play after 10. That ball's a line towards on the left side, and it's over the glove of Flores in the left field. Rounding third, coming home is Jeffrey. The throw is cut off, so the Drifters take the lead. Safe is the call at third base, trying to go to third to get the out.
And just like that, Vose delivers in the clutch again this season. So far, stats don't lie. He has a perfect batting statistic. Batting 1,000.
I was very surprised to see Mayer cut that throw off coming in from Coaster. I thought it would have been a bang-bang play at the plate. But it gives the Drifters a 4-3 lead. As time is called, we'll get a meeting on the mound. This is Mayer's ball game at the moment. Looks like they're sending, the lefties sending somebody down there to start loosening up.
We're beginning to see some action in the lefties' bullpen as Mayer has started to go cold in this inning. With 2 outs, no runners on base, following now 3 consecutive hits from the Drifters, en route to taking a pivotal 4-3 lead. Still in the top of the 13th here, as Mayer will remain in the game.
As the meeting concludes, it'll be Cooper Mullins. An insurance run at third base for Springfield, now leading by 1. He swings and misses. The runner at first goes, and they're going to just let him go.
Now 2 runners in scoring position for the Drifters, looking to add some insurance runs and potentially add a stamp to their statement win in this 2-part series to open the lefties' home season.
Well, a base hit could score 2, and that'd make things very tough. That ball's triggered softly. Second baseman Nunez over the first in time. Mayer able to work around any further damage. But Garrett Vose able to deliver the go-ahead RBI single. We go to the bottom of the 13th. We'll see if the lefties have one more push in them to try and continue or even win this ball game. Here we go, everybody. Last chance for the Port Angeles Lefties to try and extend this game as they trail 4-3 in the bottom of the 13th. Barrett Rose takes a first pitch strike from Cole Cownan. Cownan coming in to pitch from his spot at third base. He works the count even 1-1. Rose, Gifford, Jackson, and Taylor, the scheduled hitters. Drifters able to put a run in the board off of Brock Mayer. That ball's trickled foul up the first base line.
Lefties have had the issue, their weakness of failing to capitalize with runners in scoring position. Now a golden opportunity to take the lead or perhaps steal the game here if they're able to convert once again.
They were able to get Flores to third a moment ago in the 12th. Not able to win it there. That ball's on the ground. A couple hops to Newton. In time, the first, one out. Lefties down to their final 2 outs. It brings up Derek Gifford.
At bat, the third baseman, number 7, Derek.
It'll be his first at bat today. He singled and scored in the 9th, part of that 2-run rally to tie the game. So he works ahead 1-0. Once again, everybody, second game of our doubleheader tonight will start about 20 minutes after the conclusion of our current resumed game. 1-1 the count. Cownan working exclusively out of the stretch. He works ahead 1-2.
Gifford making a late appearance in the season opener, looking to convert here in this most pivotal situation of the game.
That 1-2, it's hit hard. Flag down on the hop by Santana. Over the first in time.
Lefties already down to their final out. 2 quick outs from the Drifters here as they look to steal a win in this marathon.
Number 5, Trent.
Gifford did hit it hard, and it's down to Trent Jackson. Bounced out to second base to start a resumed ball game in the 11th. 2 outs, nobody on base. He swings the first pitch, hit hard, right at Ben Newton on a hop. He flips over the first in time. That retires the side, and that ends our marathon of a ball game. The Lefties go down 4-3 in 13 innings to the Springfield Drifters to finally conclude their home opener. Lefties fall to 1-6 on the season. The Drifters improve to 6-1, ladies and gentlemen. Ball game that started last night at 6:35 finally ends at 7:11, 1 full day later. I'm Evan Schmeiser, joined by Griff McClellan. It's been an absolute pleasure so far, everybody. We'll be back in just about 20 minutes right here on this same stream to start our second game of the night. We'll see you in just a little bit. Good evening. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're so glad to be here with you. It's time for the second game of our doubleheader. The Springfield Drifters able to knock off the Port Angeles Lefties, finally concluding the home opener 4-3 in 13 innings after picking up our suspended game from last night.
Joey Peralta on the mound tonight for the Lefties. And Dotson for the Drifters as we are almost underway in Game 2. Officially done with the home opener, so we can move on to the originally scheduled game of the evening. Fans still in attendance here, looking to rebound from a very close loss with plenty of twists and turns at the end. An exciting finish, ultimately with the home team coming up short.
It really was. Dating back to last night, just a wildly entertaining ball game. As far as an atmosphere and intensity, can't ask for anything better with a home opener. And now let's see if the Lefties can rebound, try and split what's turning into a doubleheader today. Once again, Joey Peralta getting the start. It'll be Cole Cowden, Dawson Santana, Reed Kellum, Ben Newton, Ryan Jeffrey for the Springfield Drifters. Brady Culp hits 6th. Nate May will bat 7th. Garrett Vose is the 8th hitter. Cooper Mullins will stay in the designated hitter spot. Also notable, Reed Kellum did not get the start in last night's game. He'll be behind the plate today, giving Nate May a blow. May will be out in left field. We'll also take a look at Joey Peralta. This will be his second start of the season. He did pitch 3 2/3 innings against the Springfield Drifters team just a week ago as he opens us up with a strike, 0-1 the count. He got hit around a little bit. Allowed 6 earned runs, 7 overall on 8 hits as that breaking ball goes to the backstop, a ball and a strike. 3 strikeouts and a couple walks to his credit. And that was just not his night the other week to open things up against the Drifters. But another opportunity against the exact same opponent. That 1-1 pitch is off the end of that foul, 1-2 the count.
As you mentioned, not an ideal start to the season for Peralta or the Lefties, falling to 1-6 following this afternoon's earlier defeat. The Drifters going into this game now 6-1, looking to capitalize once again. Here comes Peralta's next pitch.
That 1-2 way upstairs, 2-2 the count. See Peralta kind of spin around on the mound after releasing that one. Joey Peralta out of Mount San Antonio College. 5'9", 175-pound right-handed pitcher. That one's popped up down the right field line. Over is Ethan Young, and it's going to drop foul over towards the grandstands. Joey Peralta, much better home than road splits this past season during his collegiate season. 1.90 ERA at home, 4.44 earned run average on the road. Also, strikeout numbers were a lot better at home. So that breaking ball's just high to Cowden. Cole Cowden just about 25 minutes ago picked up the save in our marathon ball game. That ball's lined over the glove of the shortstop Flores in the left field for a hit. Cowden's got to feel good about himself. Picks up a save and starts things off with a single.
Following some small ball tactics in previous affairs, Drifters coming out aggressive to start this first inning with a leadoff base hit. Dawson Santana looking to perhaps add to it and set the tone early for the visiting Drifters.
Speedy guy Dawson Santana coming up. He had a bunt single in the 12th inning of our recently completed ball game. The first pitch is outside. The third baseman, Vinny Legata, making his season debut tonight. He's over at third, playing a few steps on the grass. I mean, you have to. The amount of small ball capability and the speed in this Drifters lineup. Oh, a good play by the first baseman, Young, to keep that throw in front of him. Skipped in there on a bounce from Peralta.
A failed pickoff attempt by Peralta, now facing a 1-0 count against Santana.
Longer hold this time from Peralta. That ball gets past Ethan Young into right field for a base hit. Going to third on the play is Cowden. Not a very hard hit ball. in the right field, but it found a hole.
It found a hole indeed, and we have 2 leadoff singles with still nobody out for this Drifters squad. With runners on first and third now, Drifters in prime position to take an early lead.
That brings up the catcher, Reed Kellum. An opportunity for him. First and third, nobody out. So we'll see how the lefties play this. Second baseman, MJ Kim, and Flores playing about halfway. Still looking to turn 2. As that ball's towards the hole on the right side. That's going to leak in the right field for another base hit. Crossing the plate is Callan. That puts the Drifters on the board. The throw comes in towards Flores at shortstop. First and second, nobody out. A quick 1-0 lead for Springfield.
Now batting number 21.
Right off the bat, 3 consecutive singles have opened this game for the Drifters. They just keep them coming. They're keeping the line moving. And Peralta's already having a mound visit.
I think you have to. You have 3 straight base hits to open things up. You have the rocket by Callan to get things started, but I mean the previous 2 hits from Santana, Kellum, not hit all that hard, just finding a hole on the right side. You need this mound visit. Try and just settle down your starting pitcher. You're going to need some innings out of him, especially just with the amount of relief pitchers they had to use last night leading into earlier this evening.
Peralta just needs to take some deep breaths and calm down. A rocky start, to say the least, as the lefties look to avoid falling into a massive hole in the first inning.
First pitch showing bunt and pulling back is Ben Newton. Newton had 1 at bat earlier today. He bounced out to the second baseman. We did see earlier with Brady Culp. He shows bunt again and bunts it foul. Once again, second time in as many times around the order today, we've seen the cleanup hitter square around to bunt.
After 3 singles to open the frame, Drifters looking to play some small ball now once again. A common trend we've seen from both squads to open this series.
Longer hole from Peralta. That ball is bunted in the air, foul. 2 consecutive bunt attempts from Ben Newton.
Newton now falling behind in the count 1-2. Peralta looking to minimize the damage. It's still only 1-0 Drifters with nobody out.
Peralta, once again, a long hole, checking the runner at second base. And the runners go. The pitch is in the dirt. No throw down. A double steal for the Springfield Drifters. Really heads-up base running.
Heads-up base running indeed. Everybody safe. Not even a throw. No attempt to get any runners out. And now the Drifters, with still nobody out, have 2 runners in scoring position.
A 2-2 count. That ball is hit foul.
Newton looking to rip and add some, should we say, insurance this early in the game?
You can't say that. You're always looking to add on, absolutely. But if you have a chance to bury a team early, that's what you have to go for. And the lefties playing the middle infielder's back. They'll concede another run on the ground ball as Newton chops that one foul at the plate. Santana at third, leading that double steal. And good base running by Reed Kellum to follow behind. Every once in a while, you'll see 2 men on, the lead guy take off, and drives the coach crazy if the second runner doesn't follow. So heads up that time. Peralta misses outside once again.
This lefty squad appears to be a bit shell-shocked after 4 at-bats. Still nobody out. Peralta looking to minimize the damage.
Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Important punch out for Peralta, being able to get Newton. Just to try and limit the damage. With 1 out, men on second and third in the top of the first inning. Drifters already lead 1-0. Brings up Ryan Jeffrey. Jeffrey singled and scored in the 13th inning, scoring that go-ahead run, that being the difference. It's Peralta's first pitch, and he gets a swing and a miss from Jeffrey. Let's also take a look at the lefties defensively. Going from third around the first base, it's Vinny Lagada, Sebastian Flores, MJ Kim at second base, Ethan Young still at first. In the outfield, we have Cam Coaster in left, Piper Sick in center, and Trent Jackson over in right field. A ball and a strike the count. Sam Adams is back behind the plate once again, and of course, Joey Peralta draws the start on the mound. Here's the 1-1 pitch with one out and men on second and third. Well, it's foul tipped in and out of the glove of Adams. So Peralta able to work ahead in the count once again, now 1-2. He was able to punch Newton out on strikes just a moment ago. He would love another strikeout.
He would indeed, and he's looking to catch a break more than anything, just to limit these incoming runs.
Well, he comes set, dealing out of the stretch. Here's his pitch. That's outside, 2-2.
Two and two the count, only one out. Still 1-0 Drifters.
Here's Peralta once again. Popped up into the screen, foul. Once again, we have that screen kind of overhanging home plate. That's going to be replacing the chain link fence at some point, hopefully during this season. But for now, on pop-ups around the plate, probably not going to see as much action from catchers catching a pop-up in foul territory. So you got that screen just hanging right over the top. Kind of like a catwalk porch. That ball's on the ground to the second baseman, Kim. He's up with it over the first in time. And a run does cross the plate, 2-0 Drifters. That was Santana crossing the plate. Kellum heads over the third. With two outs, that brings up Brady Culp.
Now batting the first baseman, number 30, Brady Culp.
Culp struck out his only at bat earlier this evening back in the 13th inning.
Jeffrey with a ground out to sacrifice another run. 2-0 Drifters as Brady is up to the bat now.
The first pitch is the breaking ball, good-looking one, but it misses outside. This will be an important out to get, to say the least. Especially getting 3 consecutive hits from the Drifters, putting men on second and third, nobody out. That ball's hit out to left field. It's not deep. Coaster's over towards the line. And it looks like he did make the catch. Tough for us to tell right away at this angle. A lunging attempt by Coaster, and he's able to haul it in fair territory to save a run.
That could be a game-changing play early on with a sliding attempt by Coaster. A great effort to keep his team in a fairly reasonable deficit. Could have been much larger and a much deeper hole. Instead, they limit the damage to 2-0.
The Drifters do put 2 runs on the board. We'll be back as the Lefties take their first tax. Well, we continue on, ladies and gentlemen. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Goodness, it feels like we have been here a while, but granted, we did go We did go a couple extra innings to get things started. You could almost call that a warm-up. Billy Dotson draws the start for the Springfield Drifters. Let's take a look at the lefties lineup. It'll be Trent Jackson followed by Barrett Rose in the designated hitter spot. MJ Kim gets a start at second base in place of Roberto Nunez. Ethan Young is at first. Cam Coaster will bat fifth. Vinny Lagata making his season debut was over at third base. Jacob Pipersick bats seventh in center field. Sebastian Flores once again playing in place of B.Y. Choi at shortstop. And Sam Adams bats ninth behind the plate.
Lefties looking to respond quickly. We've previously mentioned their inability or their lack of capitalization on golden opportunities. Now already finding themselves in a reasonable deficit, only 2-0 as we begin the bottom half of the first inning following what you can call a pregame warm-up in conclusion of last night's home opener.
We'll see if the lefties can cut into this 2-run deficit. Trent Jackson did single in that 2-run ninth inning just yesterday. He swings the first pitch and chops it softly. It gets past the pitcher Dotson. And making the play is Ben Newton over the first. Pretty good play by him to get that first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that brings up Barrett Rose. He had an important at-bat in last night's ninth inning, able to advance a couple runners into scoring position. As he settles into the left-handed batter's box, he takes a strike. For Billy Dotson, this is the third game he's pitched in, only his first start. He's gone 3 1/3 total innings. Only a couple earned runs to his credit. A couple hits allowed, 1 walk. Has not been a big strikeout guy, at least not as of yet. Seems like a guy trying to keep the ball down. He gets another ground ball. Once again to the second baseman, Newton. A quick 2 outs. Already looks like a lot of stuff just spinning down in the strike zone. A lot of downward action.
Only 4 pitches for 2 outs very quickly. Poor Angeles falling behind once again.
And that brings up MJ Kim. We did not see him play in last night's ball game. He'll be playing second base today. He takes the first pitch low. Was able to talk to Lefties manager Carlos Ramirez just a little bit early today. And he has some really good things to say about MJ. Just loves his bat speed. And it's not even just about the raw results. A lot of times when you're just evaluating a player, you're going by what you see, just a lot of the counting numbers. And he's got some quick hands. And he works ahead 2-1 in the count.
Indeed he does. MJ Kim looking to add to his stat total this season. 2 hits, average of 250 on the year.
He's out in front of that breaking ball. He does have some quick hands. A lot of those breaking balls, though, that comes down to keeping that front shoulder in long enough and not flying open. Here's a 2-2 at 2 outs. He comes up empty on a fastball. 1-2-3 go the lefties in their half of the first. Good inning from Dotson. Record that shutdown frame. We're through 1 full at Civic Field. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We're set for the top of the second inning here at Civic Field. Drifters looking to get back to work offensively, leading the Lefties 2-0. They'll be the 7, 8, 9 hitters, Nate May, Garrett Vose, and Cooper Mullins.
Left fielder, number 12, Nate May.
Joey Peralta will get back to work after allowing a couple runs to get things started on 3 straight singles to open up the game for Springfield. Oh, look out. The first pitch, looks like it did hit Nate May on the hand. Thought for just a moment it might have hit the knob of the bat, but a leadoff base runner.
Another less than ideal start for Joey Peralta and this Port Angeles Lefties infield. Already a runner on base after a hit by pitch.
Well, as Garrett Vose will dig in with no outs and a man at first. I was talking to some of the Springfield guys just as I was going down to get their lineup, Griff. As Vose shows bunt and pushes up the first base line, Legata's up with it over the first. Ooh, and look out, for just a moment, there was nobody covering third base for Port Angeles. Fortunately, Peralta and Legata were both able to get over there before Nate May had any funny ideas. That's the 5th sacrifice bunt we've seen, Griff, in the past couple nights.
We'll say it over and over again until it's irrelevant. Small ball. It's how the Drifters seem to be attacking early on. Something to keep an eye out for, to say the least.
That brings up the 9th man, Cooper Mullins. Third baseman Legata still playing in. That pitch misses inside and nearly gets Mullins on the arm. Anyway, Griff, so I was talking to some of the Drifters guys just as I was going down to get the lineups, and they were telling me about they're going to get 17 new guys added to their roster when they go home after this road trip. So that one's popped up to the left side. Flores goes back out, towards left, and look out. Coaster ends up calling him off as he ends up just about on the infield dirt. Well, you love seeing your outfielders take charge, and there's the second out. As Cole Cowan will dig in with a man in scoring position and 2 outs. 17 new guys getting added to the roster. Now, a majority of them are University of Oregon guys. It makes sense, taking advantage of that close proximity. Springfield and Eugene just right next door, those 2 sister cities.
The West Coast League is all about future generational talent. This is where the next stars come to play early on. And it's to their advantage to be able to use a prestigious university like that, such as Oregon, is just remarkable for this program.
Well, there's no doubt about it. A ball on the strike, the count to Countin. I mean, you look at some of these alumni. Shane Bieber, the former Cy Young winner. Marco Gonzalez, an opening day starter for the Mariners in 2021. So that pitch is fouled back, 1-2 the count. One of my guys, Rhys Hoskins, one of the NLCS heroes for the Phillies just a year ago. Yes, I admit I am a huge Phillies fan. Makes sense. I'm from South Jersey.
Fair enough. Hoskins making his debut again in this very league. It's where the next stars are coming to play.
That's high, 2-2 the count. Well, he is out for the year with an ACL injury, unfortunately. He hurt himself going after a ball in spring training. Great guy, though. Really good. You can tell he's a really good clubhouse guy.
His season's over, but his career is just underway. Set to make a big impact for this Phillies squad going forward.
Well, Cowan swings and misses at that one, but the ball gets away from Sam Adams, so he's able to reach on the strikeout wild pitch. That brings up Dawson Santana.
Number 7, Dawson Santana.
Over the third goes May.
The Drifters have found another creative way to advance, this time on a strikeout and wild pitch. The Drifters taking advantage of the small ball factor. Still only 2 outs in the top of the second inning. That first pitch is outside for ball 1 on Peralta. As Peralta waits, Santana facing in front with a 1-0 count.
Let's see if Santana's able to deliver, as that pitch is at the knees for a strike. So it looked like just for a moment the lefties would be able to get out of this inning without allowing any damage. Now Peralta's going to have to work just a little bit harder, trying to work around that strikeout wild pitch and the leadoff hit batter. And 1-1 is a little bit low, 2-1 the count. And going back to some of the West Coast League alumni, you have Jacoby Ellsbury. I saw a lot of Jacoby Ellsbury growing up. Red Sox, Yankee guy. Chris Davis, the 2015 home run leader. James Paxton, beg your pardon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pretty darn good lineup.
That's a stacked lineup, to put it mildly.
These are a lot of guys you would, if you hear some of these names, these are a lot of guys you would think, oh, Cape Cod League or Northwoods League. But West Coast League, they've got some pretty good alumni. That's on the outside corner, 3-2 the count. Cowden will be off on the pitch at first. May looms over at third. Boy, it turned into a beautiful evening out here.
The opposite of last night's game, a very different tale this afternoon.
Here's the 3-2. Ball's fisted, just fouled on the third base line. Yeah, yesterday, nothing but clouds. Just gray skies. It might as well have been springtime around here. And look, the rain is no joke in the Pacific Northwest during the rain season. I realize that. Spending 3 weeks in Eugene, Oregon back in April, those were some rainy days, my friend. Here's a 3-2 again from Peralta. Once again hit foul, this time to the right side.
This evening's weather in the 60s, sunny, plenty of clouds too, but the mountains are becoming visible in the background to observe the beautiful mountains of Olympic National Park up here in the left-handed side of Washington State.
That was pretty good, Griff. That was pretty good. The 3-2 again. That ball's back towards the middle, over his Flores. He goes the long way to first, able to get his man by a step. So Peralta able to work around the hit batter and the strikeout wild pitch. Now let's see if the lefty bats can get moving as they trail by 2. We thank you once again for joining us, everybody. I'm Evan Schmeiser, joined by Griff McClellan. Griff was mentioning earlier, just an absolute tremendous evening we have out here after clouds most of the day, similar to yesterday, and again, the foothills of Olympic National Park coming into view in right field. Ethan Young able to work ahead 2-0 in the count. It's Young, Cam Kuster, and Vinny Legata, the scheduled hitters, heart of the lineup for Port Angeles. And Young drives that one high in the air to right field. It drives Garrett Vos back. A few steps in front of the wall, he's able to put it away. Pretty good ride from Young on that one. Just got underneath it by a tick.
Young able to get under it, close to a deep ball. This would have been his first of the year. Unable to capitalize as 1 out is quickly converted for the Drifters. Still 2-0.
That brings up Cam Kuster. He singled back in the 8th inning of the previous game that was finished today. He's behind the ball, no balls and 1 strike. Lefties trailing it 2-0 with 1 out in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
Kuster looking to help make the Lefties make some noise.
Oh, look out. One's line foul right above the Lefties' dugout.
That's been a factor these first 2 games, is watching this game on edge for fans and athletes.
Here's the 1-2. That's just outside. Close. Dotson wanted it. Kellum behind the plate wanted it. Dotson was able to work a 1-2-3 bottom of the first to Port Angeles. That ball's ripped right past the glove of Santana in the left field. The ball dies out there. Kuster takes a big turnaround first, but they'll hold up there.
Just an absolute rocket from Kuster, with 1 out.
That ball will go down as a base hit. That was absolutely smoked off the bat of Kuster. And it looks like, yeah, that's what I thought. Dawson Santana, he had a coach bring him some sunglasses. I think he lost that in the sun. Well, now he's walking back off. He is returning the sunglasses.
And Vinny Legata set to make his season debut, looking to capitalize on Kuster's rocket of a base hit. Legata representing the tying run in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
Yeah, Vinny Legata coming off a tremendous season for Reggie's University, hitting .305, 4 home runs, 31 RBIs. And it looks like Legata got called for taking too long to get in the box. Swings the first pitch, hits on the ground to second base. Newton up with it to second for 1, over the first in time. 4-6-3 double play immediately after the pitch clock violation. The Lefties able to put up their first hit of the game, but they leave no one. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We're through 2 full at Civic Field. It's still 2-0 Drifters. We march on to the top of the 3rd inning, baseball fans, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. 3-4-5 coming up for Springfield. Reed Kellum, Ben Newton, and Ryan Jeffrey. Peralta gets back to work. The first pitch is popped up, short right field. Kim goes back, and Jackson comes in. He makes the call and the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out. See if Peralta can work a second consecutive scoreless inning. Got roughed around a little bit in the first. 3 singles to open up the ball game for Springfield, allowing a couple runs. Looked pretty sharp in the 2nd inning, though.
Peralta beginning to settle down. Let's see if he can continue.
Ben Newton takes a curveball in there for a strike. He struck out his only at bat. Out of the windup, late on the fastball, 0-2. You know, Griff, something really unique about this part of the country, I love the way how low some of the clouds just sit in the sky. So even on a day where the blue skies are coming out, you see some of the clouds, that one's chopped foul, and it looks kind of mystical as you stare into the mountaintop.
100%, Evan. I could not agree more. There is not a bad seat in this stadium. Regardless of where you are, you have an amazing view of some of the most beautiful parts of this country.
We definitely have one of the best ones in here. And a soft, high bouncer to the right side. MJ Kim comes to get it just in time to get his man at first. Oh, yeah, I spent a little bit of time at Mount Rainier National Park right before. I was there for a few days right before I came up here. That's about 2.5 hours south of us. I like to run and spent 4 days running along those hiking trails in the mountain. And after a 2.5-hour drive to come up here, I was pretty sore for a couple days, Griff. But boy, it's just beautiful country. This whole region's beautiful.
I'm jealous of you, man. That's high on my list of parks to visit. Gotta take advantage of those incredible opportunities while we're up here in Port Angeles this summer.
Ryan Jeffrey ahead 1-0 in the count with 2 outs and nobody on in the third. 2-0 Drifters over the Lefties. Game 2 of home opening weekend for Port Angeles. 2-0 the count. Now, Griff, be honest with me, my friend. Did you know what Mount Rainier National Park was before I ever brought it up?
I actually did. I used to live in the Northwest a long time ago, half my life ago, but I've never visited. I really like to.
Swing and miss, 2-1 the count. Griff, well done, my friend.
Yes, indeed. Yes, thank you.
I thought I was about to trap you in one of those situations, but then I keep conveniently forgetting that you spent a lot of time in Oregon. 2-2 the count.
I did. It's been a long time since I visited, but so far the Pacific Northwest has been very welcoming. Been provided with great hospitality, great community. It's helped me develop a whole new respect for this area. Truly tremendous.
Here's a 2-2 with 2 outs and nobody on base. Good-looking changeup that sails outside. You see the movement on that one, Griff?
I sure did. That was a pretty solid pitch. The count now full with 2 outs.
Here is that 3-2. That's a fastball. That one's ripped in the left center field. That's going to split the gap and head towards the wall. Piper Sig is center fielder over to get it. Jeffrey will pull on the second base with a 2-out double. Well, a challenge fastball that time from Peralta. Jeffrey was sitting on it and hit a rope into the alleyway.
A rope indeed, facing a full count and 2 outs. Still 2-0 Drifters. Looking to add some more, tack on some more runs here with a runner in scoring position.
It'll bring up Brady Culp. He flew out to left, his only at bat. But yeah, Griff, as far as the beauty of the Pacific Northwest, Port Angeles is really no exception. We've mentioned a handful of times, of course, Olympic National Park, as there's a first pitch strike to Culp. And I did mention yesterday for all of our viewers, I tried to visit Hurricane Ridge through the main visitor center, but due to a fire in early May, not able to get in. Apparently, I almost mistakenly broke into the park. That curveball's inside.
Just unfortunate timing, but regardless, you still have Mount Rainier, you have North Cascade, and Olympic.
Griff, I need to finish this real quick. The lady had to flag me down going, you can't come in here. You can't come in here, my friend. Oh, and I go, oh, I'm terribly sorry about this. I had no idea. I truly did have no idea. Part of me kind of wanted to not know, though. That ball's back towards the middle. Flagged down by Flores across the diamond in time. The Drifters do threaten with the 2-out double from Jeffrey. Not able to push any runs across the board. Couple good innings from Joey Peralta. Still 2-0 Drifters through 2.5. We'll actually keep it here just for right now because, Griff, I am absolutely determined to finish my story about my failed attempt to enter Olympic National Park and then getting lost along the way.
Bring it on.
Oh, yes. Good deal. So, anyway, the park ranger lady very kindly just pulls out a map for me and gets her pen out, and Mark's saying, okay, turn on this road, just a few lefts, you'll be perfectly fine. Just head back out the way you came, and then the left turns will start. And I go, okay, thank you, Mrs. Park Ranger lady. I take the map, and I go, and immediately as I walk off, I go, I know she explained this really, really well, but I have no idea where to go. The fact that I'm a tourist really started to show. So I get started, and I start making the left turns that I thought she told me about. I'm driving through these beautiful roads. Then I realize these are not main roads at all. These are little country, rural roads. And the best I'm doing with the national park is just looking at it from the outside. Let's just say it was a good attempt to try and enter the park on my off day, a day where I did not have to go into the ballpark, but I'm still yet to visit Olympic National Park. Now, I have the map from the visitor center at Hurricane Ridge, Griff, but I got to enter for real.
Tremendous story. Thank you so much for sharing.
Swinging the first pitch and hitting it foul is Jacob Pipersick. 7, 8, 9 coming up for the lefties. Pipersick, Flores, and Sam Adams. Billy Dodson getting back to work. Still 2-0 Drifters. They improved to 6-1 at the conclusion of our suspended game. Timeout is called at home plate. So the home plate umpires came kind of walking around the batter's circle, but now it looks like he's good to go, and so is everybody else. Pipersick takes a breaking ball low, a ball and a strike. Pipersick was the leadoff man for last night's ball game. He went 0 for 2 with a walk back in the third, ended up being pinch hit later for Jacob Billings. He's behind 1-2. This time a little lower in the lineup in the 7 spot. That 1-2 pitch is low, in and out of the glove of Kellum. Griff, one of these days, though, or one of these weeks, we need to visit Olympic National Park.
Absolutely. Let's count on it. Let's book it right now. We will make it happen.
That ball's hit fairly well out to right center field. Over is Jeffrey Vose into the alleyway as well, and it's going to be the right fielder Garrett Vose who puts it away. Couple balls hit fairly well into right field by lefties hitters.
Indeed, Pipersick able to get under it and hit it deep to right center, just unable to fortunately let it drop for his case.
That brings up Sebastian Flores, getting the start at shortstop in B.Y. Choi's absence. Ended up subbing into the game into last game to get things started in the 11th inning as he's behind 0-1. He was able to deliver a single. He ended up getting around the third base. Lefties, of course, not able to bring him in to put that ball game away. That's high, a ball and a strike. So B.Y. Choi is actually in San Diego right now for a major league scout camp. Just from what we've seen, he's a great athlete. All sorts of energy on the field, 2-1 the count. And he is a former draft pick in the Korean Baseball League. He opted to take his talents to America, played a couple seasons for the New Mexico Military Institute, mentioned last night, transferred successfully to Dallas Baptist University, and showing off some of his stuff to some higher-ups in the big leagues. Of course, we wish him all the best today.
Absolutely. A resume unlike any other. A fan favorite here in Port Angeles. We wish him the best.
Yeah, he is a returner, and, boy, people do love him. Swinging bunt up the third base line. Kellum slides, tries to get it, and the throw to first is wild, and it goes all the way to the bullpen for the lefties. Up to second goes Flores on the play. So that'll be a base hit.
Let's go, Lefties.
And then an error on the throw by Dotson.
Now batting, the catcher, number 34, Sam Adams.
The lefty is looking to capitalize on an error from the Drifters. Only one out. Still 2-0 Drifters if you're just now tuning in with us on West Coast League and YouTube. Local with Port Angeles. One out.
The first pitch taken outside by Sam Adams. So again, a base hit and an error on the throw by Dotson. See if the lefties can take advantage of that opportunity. Second hit of the game so far. Sam Adams was lifted in the game for a pinch hitter in the 9th inning of last night's ball game. Boy, he is good behind the plate. Saw him throw a couple guys out stealing. As that ball is laced in the right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Flores got a late start, but he's going to score easily on the play. And sliding safely into second base is Adams. And a ringing RBI double from Sam Adams brings this crowd to its feet.
And we can hear the "Let's Go Lefties" chant from our booth. The fans here are hyped in the bottom of the 3rd inning as the Lefties are finally able to capitalize following a turbulent beginning to this ballgame.
And Griff, I think I saw a fan like right below us in the box seats accidentally clap his hands and explode a whole cup of beer all over him.
You love to see it.
Saw a few fans right in front of him kind of turn around and observe what's going on. First pitch to the leadoff man, Jackson's outside, 1-0. Well, he was excited, as we all were. Boy, that's some real excitement. Forget about the beer cup in your hand. 1-1 the count. And that error by Dotson potentially coming up to hurt the Drifters in a big way. One of those balls probably should have put in his pocket. Made a wild throw over the first. That ball's lined back to the box, off the glove of Dotson, and it leaks into center field. All sorts of confusion by Flores. He's going to stop at third. So a base hit for Trent Jackson. Excuse me, Sam Adams has to stop at third. So a bullet off the bat of Jackson. It looked like for just a second Dotson might make that grab. And certainly Adams thought that first to second base. He was starting to run back to the second base bag, and then he's wondering where the ball is, and he was finally able to get to third base.
And already the first mound visit, this time for the Drifters' end, in the bottom of the 3rd inning with only 1 out. Dotson not having a very pleasant inning on his behalf.
And it makes perfect sense, though. You have 3 consecutive hits from the lefties. You have an error in the field. Try and settle your guys down. And still 1 pitch away from getting out of it. If Dotson's able to get a double play ball, he can keep it at a 2-1 lead for his Drifters.
That would be a much-needed break for Dotson and this infield for the Drifters. A great way for them to stop the bleeding.
Well, the meeting concludes on the mound between the Drifters infield, along with a meeting up the third base line with manager Carlos Ramirez. Now managing his 2nd full game with the Lefties.
Ramirez has got to be happy in the dugout from what he's seen this inning.
Well, I'd say he's definitely happy in the third base coaching box, especially being able to wave around the first run. And there goes Jackson. Pitch is swung on and missed by Barrett Rose, and no throw to second base. Stolen base for Jackson. Now puts men on second and third with 1 out. The corners are going to play even with the bags. The middle infielders will play back, conceding a run. Here's Dotson's 0-1. Good play on the ball in the dirt by Kellum. So Adams on third, Jackson on second. Lefties trail 2-1 with 1 out in the third. Here's the pitch, outside 2-1. Shadows really becoming a factor now. So the mound is completely lit up by the sun. And once you get to the grass in front of the mound, it's all shadows leading up to home plate. Foul tipped into the glove.
The majority of right and center field completely shadowed. The area in dirt between second and third and left field and the pitcher's mound really the only areas in sunlight right now.
And talking to a couple locals just who have played at Civic Field, we get to the dusk hours, it's brutal for the third baseman and left fielders. Swung on and missed. The ball did hit the ground, and they'll finish off the strikeout to first base. Kellum able to look the runner back to third.
Runners remain in scoring position for the Lefties. as Adams and Jackson, respectively, on third and second. Lefties in a prime position here to tie the game, perhaps take the lead with multiple runners in scoring position.
And let's see what MJ Kim is able to do.
Following a strikeout, 0-1 on the night.
The first pitch is a little low, a ball and no strikes. Kim struck out his only at bat. We'll see what Kim's able to do, of course, but at the moment, the trend of struggling with men in scoring position is continuing for the Lefties. And especially, they're getting these situations with men on third, less than 2 outs, and the strikeout numbers are piling up for them in those spots. The ball's on the ground, foul past the third base bag.
Can the Lefties reverse the curse, let's say, this early on? Unable to capitalize on previous opportunities with runners in scoring position. A huge opportunity now to take the lead.
And these are situations you have to be able to put the ball in play. I mean, Major League average is about 58%. 1-2 the count. And a lot of this just comes down to approach and not getting in your head too much. Trying to do too many things differently with men in scoring position. A ball, 2 strikes the count, 2 outs, men on second and third. Lefties trail by 1, and that misses 2-2. Kim also looking to pick up his first RBIs of the season. He has 2 out there. That pitch is back towards the middle. It's flagged down by the second baseman Noonan. Off bounce throw to first. In time. Good play. Good play by the other end of Brady Culp, able to dig that ball out of the dirt.
Such an athletic reach and great adjustment from Culp, and a great way to stop the bleeding as the Lefties come up empty.
The Lefties able to play the run across, finally getting on the board. They trail 2-1 and they leave 2 more. We're through 3 full, 2-1 Drifters at Civic Field.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Civic Field in Port Angeles, Washington on this beautiful day. 60-degree weather, slightly cloudy, but beautiful views all around. The field mostly shadowy now as we take the top of the 4th inning. That pitch a little outside into the dirt and past the fence for a 1-0 count. Nate May up to bat, that is. Up 1-0 early. May with a hit by pitch in his previous at-bat, looking to reach again. That pitch is down low, but outside for strike 1. 1-1 the count now. May awaits the next pitch. That one's outside for ball 2.
I'm curious to see how Peralta is able to respond. Looking to pick up a shutdown inning. Ended up sitting down a little bit longer than he has so far this game.
May patiently waits again. This time, an outside corner ball Down low, called for a strike that time. 2-2 the count.
Kind of on the same end with hitting with runners in scoring position. It's a huge thing for a pitcher to put up a 0 after his team gets you a run back.
We have a full count now. 3-2 as that pitch is near the dirt outside again. May still up to bat, looking to reach after a hit by pitch. Here's the next pitch. Grounded to the third base area, and it's passed for a base hit. May successfully reaches.
I think that's actually going to go down as an error on the third baseman. That's a ball that Vinny Legata, that's a play Vinny Legata needs to make.
Now batting the right fielder, number 6.
Indeed, for sure, as Garrett Vo is the pitcher about to make his second appearance tonight. 0 for 1 tonight as he takes the first pitch inside for ball 1.
Yeah, that's oh, my bad, Griff.
No, you're good. Peralta trailing 0-1 to start. Runner takes off, and that ball is driven to the left center field, and it's going to be fielded by Pipersick to make the first out of the inning. As May has to quickly retreat to first base. 1 out.
Yeah, that was an excellent running grab from Pipersick in center field. That's one of those balls hit on an absolute rope. You need to get a great jump as a center fielder. He did just that, got a great read on the ball. And with all that speed, he actually closed on it pretty easily.
He sure did. Cooper Mullins, the 9th batter in the lineup, making his second appearance of the night. Flew out. He's 0 for 1 tonight. First pitch. May takes off and thought about it. Now retreats back to first as Mullins swings and misses for strike 1. Still only 1 out, 0-1 the count. Peralta looking to limit some damage, keep his team relevant at this point. May with a lead at first as Mullins swings and misses again. 0-2 the count now, only 1 out.
I'm not sure if any of our audience back home was able to hear this, but I heard something that looked like a bit of a drum roll playing. It almost sounded like some tribal Native American drums being played just for a moment.
Runner goes, that's May, and he's halted again at first. May determined to reach second base. Meanwhile, Mullins strikes out on 3 pitches for the second out of the inning. Peralta perhaps getting a little heat right now. Feeling some momentum. He's finding his groove.
He really has looked good ever since that first inning. And this is something the lefties really need, especially coming off a tough loss and having to use up a bit of your bullpen. You need innings from a starting pitcher tonight.
That ball is fielded by the second baseman, Kim, and thrown to Young for the final out of the inning. As the lefties get out of a minor jam, as the score remains 2-1. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Port Angeles, y'all, as we enter the bottom of the 4th inning. Still 2-1 in favor of the Drifters. Ethan Young, Kim Cam Kuster and Vinny Legata to lead off this inning. Young, 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts, as he looks to get on base perhaps, or at least spark some kind of a comeback as we approach midway of this game. Dawson's still on the mound for the Drifters as Young awaits the first pitch. That ball is outside for ball 1. Young, a fan favorite in the team clubhouse and Port Angeles community, as he takes a ball low inside for strike 1. 1-1 the count.
He does keep it light, whether on the field, whether in the clubhouse, or at a social event involving fans with the meet and greet yesterday at the Roosevelt.
Young swings and fouls that one back. 1-2 the count as he falls behind. Young looking to record his 3rd hit of the season. Off to a fairly slow start as he takes that hanging curveball outside for ball 2. 2-2. The count is now even.
That's one of those curveballs. I don't think Dodson had any kind of grip on it. As soon as he released, you could tell he had no idea where that was going.
This ball is flown over to right field. Culp wants it. Culp claims it, and he's got it. Near the first base foul line, as that is good for the first out for the Drifters. Ethan Young retired. Up to bat next, Kim Kuster.
That was a pretty aggressive swing we just saw by Young. I think he saw that breaking ball pretty well. It was a bit of a hanger. That's one of those situations, though, where his eyes might have lit up just a little too much. And he opens his front shoulder towards the first base line a bit too much, and that's how you get the pop-up.
Dawson's first pitch in this new at-bat is inside in the dirt for ball 1. As Kuster exhibits patience, awaits Dawson's next pitch. Dawson awaits, now launches. That ball is inside again for ball 2, as Kuster checked his swing on that one. 2-0 the count now, as Kuster's ahead early.
One of the first two-seam variety fastballs that we've seen from Dotson. It's been a pretty straight set overall tonight, as that misses 3-0. If you're able to start your pitches at a very, very similar arm slot, and you get some late life on them, and if you get a hitter who's not sure if it's going to break down, in, or outside, you're going to have a lot of success.
Kuster does not get the green light on the 3-0, as he takes a called strike to make the count 3-1 now. Kuster awaits Dotson's next pitch. That is just outside in the low corner for ball 4. Second man aboard on a walk, representing the tying run in the bottom of the 4th inning. Still 2-1 Drifters, as Vinny Legata steps up to the plate now.
Now batting the 3rd baseman, number 4, Vinny Legata.
He really did have a great year coming off of his sophomore campaign. I mean, look, he had a full set of at-bats this past season in Reggie's University. Slugged nearly 500 and really good on base percentage. Drew 35 walks in 49 games. I mean, that'll help. 454 on base percentage. I mean, you got a guy that walks, a guy who hits for power, and a guy who hits for average. That's a guy you love to see come join your summer collegiate team.
Brings a lot of power and talent to this team as he takes a ball outside to even the count to 1-1 and 1 out with a runner on first. Legata looking to make his presence felt early into this season. He awaits the next pitch, takes it outside for strike 2. Falls behind 1-2 in the count.
You know, Griff, it's almost deceiving looking out into the day. Still a really beautiful dusk evening. It's 8:40. I'm used to the sun being down at 8:40.
Meanwhile, the runner takes off as Legata swings and misses. Meanwhile, Kuster is safe at second. He barely beats the throw, as there are now 2 outs in the inning, but Kuster barely stays alive to extend it with a runner in scoring position now for the Lefties, as Pipersick now steps to the plate.
And that was one of those situations, Griff. I mean, that ball beat Kuster by a country mile to second base. And they might have had him on the tag, but it's one of those things where counting, the tag was really high on the leg. And as an umpire, if you see a really high tag on a bang-bang play, they're often going to give it to the runner. So it looks like they're going to give Pipersick first base. I can only assume catcher's interference.
That's what it appears, from our angle at least. Catcher's interference as Piper advances to first, chats with first base coach, and Coaster will take third. Another seemingly fantastic opportunity for the Lefties to make an impact in the first few innings of this game. Still the bottom of the fourth with 2 outs, as Coaster retreats back to second now.
I think it was just going to give his equipment to Carlos over in the third base coach's box. I don't know, the way he was jogging over there, it did kind of look like they awarded third base to him. Caught me by surprise at first.
Appears to be the case. Meanwhile, Sebastian Flores stepping up to the plate in his second at-bat this evening. Advanced on an error earlier. Awaits the first pitch, swings and cuts that one down the right sideline. That is foul, as it heads near the lefty bullpen. 0-1 the count.
And I saw a few of those lefty guys looking out in front of the bullpen, kind of start walking out, trying to guide that ball fair.
0-1 the count, still 2-1 ball game. The Drifters in front. Flores awaits the next pitch. Cuts it down the right foul line again, and that one is out of play. Into the stands. Some lucky fan may be going home with a souvenir tonight.
You know, it's also an interesting setup we're seeing from the Drifter infield. The second baseman, Newton, is playing way over to the second base bag to keep the runner close, but we've seen Flores with an opposite field single.
Flores grounds that one to the second baseman, as Newton flips to Culp for the third and final out of the fourth inning. Lefties unable to capitalize with runners on first and third, as the score remains the same as before, 2-1. That brings us to the end of the fourth inning. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back to Port Angeles, folks, as we enter the top half of the fifth inning. Peralta still on the mound.
Well, Griff, we saw a really good dizzy bat race out in right field. And 2 guys spinning around, was it 10, 15 times, trying to make their way out to Timber the Marmot, our mascot. And one of them face planted. Doesn't get any better than that.
Quite the entertainment indeed. Meanwhile, Dawson Santana leading off for the Drifters this evening as he swings at the first pitch and hits it near left center field for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out for Peralta. We mentioned before a bit of a turbulent start for Peralta this evening, but he's seemingly hit his stride now as he records a quick out.
He's really settled in. I mean, he's working ahead in the count. He's been throwing strikes all night. I mean, that's a big battle in itself. And he's been keeping the hitters off balance ever since that first inning.
Reed Kellum, the catcher, takes a ball in outside for strike one. 0-1 the count. Peralta deals his next pitch. That is outside, just misses the outside corner for ball one.
You ever played dizzy bats before, Griff?
I have once or twice. I'm never doing it again.
Really? Never again? It was that bad?
I don't have any plans to play it again. I'll put it that way. Meanwhile, that ball is flown to right field. That is fielded by Jackson to record the second out of the inning. 2 quick outs for Peralta. A pretty ideal start in the 5th inning.
I'm going to guess you've never won at dizzy bats then if you have no desire to play again.
I don't recall my last time playing it. It's been years, but you're probably right. That's a safe bet to make.
We played a lot in my summer camp back home for a good 8 summers.
Sounds like a good time. A good old nostalgic summer activity.
A lot of face plants, not for myself, but whether it's the other counselors or the kids, it's a fun time.
Ben Newton swings at a 1-0 pitch, hits it to deep right field. That is cut off by Trent Jackson, as that will go down as a single for Newton with 2 outs. Ryan Jeffrey up next.
That was a good aggressive hack from Newton. That fastball just caught a lot of the plate. It was down in the zone, kind of right in Newton's swing spot, and he hit it hard. Also, back-to-back innings that the Drifters were able to get a recorded base hit with 2 outs.
He sure has, and one theme we've discussed this evening for the Drifters is their ability to utilize their small ball attack. This inning, they're utilizing the exact opposite, taking an aggressive approach every at-bat, looking to hit the ball deep, which they have, as Newton has advanced to first. Meanwhile, Jeffrey takes a pitch high for ball 1. Peralta behind in the count 1-0. Jeffrey hit a double his last time, looking to add perhaps another. As he takes that pitch outside, 2-0 the count now.
You told me before you were a camp counselor, right, Griff?
I was, many years ago.
What were your favorite games that you'd play?
Oh, all sorts. We played a bunch of team sports growing up. We'd play a whole bunch of traditional camp games and some team bonding activities for sure. I could go on and on with that list, but I don't have the time right now.
I think we have some time.
Oh, my goodness. We had so many. Gosh, you're putting me on the spot here. It's been years. I'm a little rusty.
Yes, I am, my friend. You're welcome.
Oh, my goodness. Fun times indeed, though. Once I think of them, I'll mention them as soon as I can. As Jeffrey swings and misses at that one. 2-2 the count now. Newton's still on first. 2 outs. And still 2-1 Drifters.
Fair enough, Griff. I'm coming back to you, though, with this in the 7th inning.
Fair enough. Look forward to it. Peralta throws, and Newton takes off, goes to second base. He is safe. Kim had trouble handling it. Bobbled it quite a bit, and Newton is able to capitalize and advance into scoring position. The count now 3-2 on Jeffrey.
Well, I give credit to the aggressive base running we've seen from Springfield. Surprised to see them sending the runner or just seeing a runner take off at all on a 2-2 count. Also, a poor job by Flores getting to second base. It was a great throw from Adams. The ball beat him or would have been bang-bang, but he just didn't get over there to cover fast enough.
Newton with a lead at second. That ball is foul behind as Jeffrey stays alive with 2 outs. Looking to add another run in the top of the 5th. Peralta, Jeffrey wait. Peralta looking for a break to escape this minor damage, looking to eliminate any kind of runs, as that ball is cut down the left field line and goes foul near the bullpen of the Drifters. Jeffrey staying alive again, still 3-2.
Griff, do you think that ball got close to my car at all?
Let's hope not. Did you park pretty far from the stadium?
Not quite as far as yesterday, maybe 2 spots closer, but it's pretty far. You have to hit one heck of a foul ball to get to it.
Indeed. Here comes Peralta's next pitch. That is low, just misses the strike zone for a walk as Jeffrey advances to first. 2 consecutive reaches for the Drifters as runners at first and second stay put. As Colt Brady makes another appearance.
It looks like we're getting a pitching change, Griff.
We see a mound visit. The infielders coming together near the mound. It appears this night may be over for Joey Peralta.
Yeah, it definitely is. I saw the signal from Ian Turner. We'll be back in just a moment with the new pitcher, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 Drifters with 2 outs in the 5th.
Welcome back as we resume the top of the 5th inning with 2 outs. We have a pitching change for you as the Lefties' new pitcher, Garrett Holpuck, will make an appearance. So far, a less than ideal start, to put it mildly, very mildly, with an ERA of 13 this season, allowing 4 hits in 1 appearance.
I mean, look, once again, guys, it's early in the season. It's only a couple innings that Holpuck's pitched across 2 games. He was really good against Ben just a few nights ago, and he got roughed up a little about 6 days ago against the Drifters for 3 runs in an inning. A lot of that stuff will even out as the pitchers coming out of the bullpen to get more innings under their belts and just continue to get reps. Looks like a meeting right in front of home plate with the umpires, and Carlos is out there too, and now he's walking out to Holpuck.
Ramirez having a little discussion with the incoming pitcher, Holpuck, looking to redeem himself after a couple miserable starts against Springfield and Ben to start the season. Springfield still undefeated versus the Lefties very early this season, 4-0, looking to make it 5.
Wonder what Carlos is talking about. You have Sam Adams out there too. Whoa. Looks like he just signaled to the bullpen. Holpuck might have.
Did he pitch yesterday?
Could we see another pitching change now?
Yeah, this is bizarre.
This is not something you usually see in baseball.
Yeah, I wonder if it's some kind of injury. Yeah, you have somebody else trotting in. I think we'll keep it here for right now. This is interesting. Yeah, you don't have, so we don't see any. Maisie's not out there. Our head medical woman. Yeah, and Holpuck's walking off.
We'll have to await word from Maisie Zahn, our
It's no
emergency
injury.
first responder for the Lefties.
It's no injury because she would have been out there if it was an injury. He's perfectly healthy. You know, part of it might be that he's not on the roster as of right now. Part of it might just been looking through the website or even the lineup sheet right now. He's not on it. We're able to find it another way, and might just be one of those things where because of that administrative stuff, he's not able to pitch. That's my best guess because it's definitely not an injury.
Definitely not. Holpuck did not even throw a single pitch tonight. His night is over before it even started. Meanwhile, we have an update. The new pitcher for the Lefties is Christopher Mazza. Goes to Long Island University up in New York. Made one appearance earlier this season, ERA of 9. It pitched in what was a pretty brutal 18-2 loss back on June 3rd to this very same team. Mazza warming up. As he looks to limit the damage here in the top of the 5th. Mazza looking to redeem himself, not unlike Holtbuck. This time, Mazza's opportunity to get the Lefties out of another inning without any further damage done.
Well, anyway, Griff, since we have an opportunity, and again, I know it's been a few minutes since we've seen anyone see a pitch in this ball game. It's 2-1 Drifters with 2 on and 2 outs in the top of the 5th inning. Let's also take a moment to talk about a Lefties alumni from the 2019 season, Damiano Parmigiani. He played for Port Angeles during the 2019 season, and this past March represented Team Canada at the World Baseball Classic. We were made aware of that as we were talking about alumni. Great thanks to Jacob Thrush for cluing us into all that.
How about that? The Lefties producing talent to be showcased worldwide right here in Port Angeles. We're about to resume the top of the 5th inning. Here comes Mazza's first pitch that is high for ball 1. As Colt Brady is at the plate once again for Springfield. Culp waiting again. Mazza on the mound getting set. Deals again. There's that one outside for strike 1. 1-1 the count now. With 2 outs. Runners on first and second for Springfield.
It doesn't look like Parmigiani saw any time on the field for Team Canada, but even just being able to put on the uniform and advancing yourself in your career, that ball gets away.
That ball gets away near the fence, right in front of the front row seats, just in front of us in our press box, as runners advance to third and second. Springfield in prime position to add to their lead, as Colt Brady looks to capitalize here with 2 outs on the top of the 5th. Here comes Mazza's next pitch. That pitch is high for ball 3. 3-1 the count in favor of Culp. Culp awaits. Mazza delivers. That pitch is high. A great take from Culp as the bases are loaded with 2 outs. This is as golden as an opportunity as it gets, as Nate May will step up to the plate once again.
Boy, Ian's having a busy time going out to the mound. What's that, the second time, third time we've seen him come to the mound just in this 5th inning?
And
talk about getting your steps in, Griff.
Yes, indeed. A great way to get your steps in. Not in the most ideal way you'd like if you're a Lefties fan. But yes, it's been a very, very, very turbulent half of the inning, as the Lefties appear to be a little confused and a little shell-shocked at the moment. But they can make up for all that with an out right here with the bases loaded.
All things considered, nobody scored yet this inning.
Amazingly, all these runners have advanced on base with only 2 outs.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
3 successful appearances for the Drifters.
Yeah, Peralta was able to get the first 2 outs. That feels like an eternity ago.
It sure does. As May swings at that first one, makes it foul, 0-1 the count.
Boy, this really feels like some old school baseball. No pitch clock, all sorts of time between at bats, administrative stuff.
It sure does, as May swings hard at that one again, looking to rip. Chased it and falls behind 0-2 quickly.
This will be a big pitch coming up. A base hit would make things really tough for the Lefties if they were to go down 3.
This is the turning point in the game right now as Mazza delivers the next pitch. That ball is high for ball 1.
Yeah, Mazza needs to stay within himself right here. Completely overthrew that fastball. Nearly airmailed his catcher.
Mazza looking to make a name for himself early. As that ball is drilled to left center field, Piberstich looks to get it, and he does to escape the inning. Wow, a much needed break for this Lefties infield and outfield. As the score remains 2-1 in the top of the fifth, we'll bring you the bottom of the fifth coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
The catcher, number 34.
Welcome back to Port Angeles, folks. We have reached the bottom half of the fifth inning. We have a pitching change for you as the Drifters take the mound. That is John Over. Has one win on the season already for the Drifters. Still has yet to give up a run. As Sam Adams will lead him off. The batter in the 9 spot, the catcher for the Lefties, takes a ball outside. Ball 1. He chases that one to make it 1-1. A great pitch from Over.
Adams has been the offense so far today for the Lefties with that RBI double back in the third. It'd be good to see him lead off this inning with something positive.
He swings and cuts that one foul off the fence. 1-2 the count. Has the only RBI tonight for the Lefties. Looking to add on some more here. If he can reach base and perhaps create a line going for the Lefties. Here's the next pitch that is taken low in the dirt for ball 2.
Griff, I might be mistaken. Let me know if I'm wrong about this. Is this the first left-handed pitcher we've seen this season for either team?
Yes, I think you're right. And it's ironic we're calling Lefties games and we're seeing a left-handed pitcher for the first time. That ball is taken inside for a called strike. A very close call indeed, as that will go down as the first out of the inning. Adams caught looking. Trent Jackson making another of his fourth plate appearance.
And that's tough coming from a left-handed pitcher. If you have a good hard fastball that's going down and away to a righty, and you come back with something even harder and straighter on the inner half, that makes things really difficult.
It certainly does. Jackson chases that one down low for strike 1. 1 out. Jackson awaits. Over fires. That is down low for ball 1 in the dirt. Jackson with 2 hits tonight, as well as a ground out in the first inning. Looking to tack on.
You know, Griff, ironic enough, not only is this might be the first left-handed pitch we've seen from either team. I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's all right-handed pitchers on the lefties roster, at least for now. I'm pretty sure it's all righties.
How ironic is that? Meanwhile, Trent Jackson swings at another one as he chases and finds himself in a 1-2 hole.
We're making up for it, though, with our share of left-handed batters.
We sure are. Jackson, batting left-handed, takes the ball outside for ball 2 to even the count.
What was it, like 5 or 6 times we're going around town handing out schedule cards, and we got people going, how many lefties do you have on the roster? And I was like, oh, we have enough in the batting order.
We certainly get that a lot. It's a pretty funny joke here around Port Angeles. Meanwhile, Jackson pops that one near the third base line. It's caught by Santana for the second out. It is very funny you mentioned that. After handing out a bunch of schedule cards throughout town to get these fans excited for upcoming Lefties baseball, it is ironic. A lot of people jokingly ask, but are genuinely curious at the same time, how many left-handed athletes do we actually have?
Well, it makes perfect sense. I like to run. I hear my share of Run Forrest Run.
An iconic
I get a
quote.
kick out of it. Griff, we have a lefty-on-lefty matchup.
For the first time this season, let's see what they got. Over throws to Barrett Rose. That ball is down the and foul past third base.
That's a pretty good swing by Rose, just a little bit late.
A good cut, just a little late as it falls near the party deck at Civic Field. Rose awaits. That ball is hit near the opposite foul line, near the bullpen, as Rose quickly falls behind 0-2 now with nobody on base and 2 outs.
Well, now Rose is going to have to shorten up. 2 good, aggressive swings, but if he's going to win the first lefty-on-lefty matchup for a Port Angeles Lefties home game, he's going to need to fight.
The time is now. 0-2 the count. Third pitch coming. He hits that one foul along the first base line. Again, near the bullpen. No action in the bullpen. As of now, we'll have to await later innings to see what decisions are made. Rose hangs in. Wants a pitch outside. A good take from Rose. That pitch is outside for ball 1. Rose over looking for a 1-2-3 inning. As we'll say it over and over again, the first left-handed pitcher we've seen from this press box all season. Granted, it is very early, but it's certainly noteworthy. As Rose patiently waits another one to even the count now to 2-2. It's become quite an interesting battle here as Rose continues to stay alive with a couple of foul balls. Here comes another one. That one's drilled foul as well.
That's a good at bat that Rose is putting up, and a really good sign on that breaking ball, able to hang in there with that front shoulder, not fly open, be able to stay on that pitch to stay alive.
It is indeed. Meanwhile, the time is 9:11. Last night, it was all about speed, a very quick game. A different story tonight. 2 very different tales. We're almost near 2 hours in the 5th inning. That pitch is swung on and missed in the dirt. Rose looking to advance to first. He will be late as that is the final out of the 5th inning. So a 1-2-3 inning for over as the lead stays the same, 2-1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the 6th inning. Greetings, Lefties fans. We are back in the top of the 6th inning. Mazza still in the game for the Lefties as he throws that pitch low for strike 1. Still a 2-1 ball game as Mazza's next pitch is thrown inside, this time for ball 1. As Garrett Vose evens the count to 1-1. Vose 0 for 2 this evening. Takes a ball in the dirt. 2-1 the count now.
And Griff, hopefully this little impressive run from the bullpen is able to, hopefully the Lefties are able to keep that going. Last night, only 1 run allowed by the Lefties bullpen up until the 13th inning, of course. That came in the 6th inning off of CJ.
That ball is taken in the upper corner inside, up near the chest area of Vose for a 3-1 count. Mazza delivers again. That pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. A full count now for the leadoff man, Vose.
After standing in the first 5, C.J. Lewis pitched a couple innings. Then it was Nelson Smith, 2 great innings. Makana Kia was excellent. Brock Mayer, up until the 13th, was really good for about 2 1/3.
Vose pops that one up to center field. Fielded by Pipersick. He's got it for the first out of the inning. Decent start for Mazza, keeping this game relatively close for the Lefties. Only a 1-run game. I say relatively close because the Lefties have come so close to tying or taking the lead, but have not done so yet. We are experiencing a little deja vu, given last night the Lefties were in the exact same situation, but able to deliver with some late-game magic.
Now batting number 3, Hudson Shute.
Meanwhile, we have a substitution now. Hudson Shute is making his appearance for the Drifters. Excuse me.
So it'll be Jace Miller batting in the 9th spot for Cooper Mullins. Had to take just an extra moment for both benches to get their administrative stuff in order.
Apologies for the confusion just now. Jace Miller takes his first pitch for a ball. Still 1 out in the inning. Miller playing in 5 games this season with an average of .313, 3 stolen bases, 3 RBIs, and 5 hits. A pretty good start for this young man.
That's a pretty comforting thing for any team to have a successful hitter coming off the bench.
Meanwhile, he chases this one outside. Count remains 1-2 now on Miller. Miller swings and misses again for the second out of the top of the 6th inning. Mazza finding a little groove right now.
Yeah, Mazza's been excellent coming out of the bullpen. I mean, his fastball looks crisp, and he's just attacking these hitters. We also saw his hat come off on one of those pitches he delivered. It's a good head of hair he has.
He's rocking a very unique baseball look for sure, showcasing his lovely locks. Meanwhile, his first pitch is outside for ball 1. That is the leadoff man in the lineup. That's Cole Cownan. As he takes another ball inside, he swings at that and he hits it foul down the third base line. 1-1 the count now on Cownan.
I'm not quite going for the same hairstyle right there, Griff, but something similar, except not quite as straight of hair, just a little more curly. In the coming weeks, we're hoping to get a camera facing us in the studio, so I'll have to show you guys all that. And you can either say good things about it, or you can make fun of it. It's perfectly fine either way.
It's good you say that. It's a great way to keep fans entertained and anxious to see. A great way to keep people wondering. And they can't wait to find out what hairstyle you choose to go with. Meanwhile, that ball hits the dirt as Cownan appeared to swing and miss at that, which will go down as a strikeout to end the top of the 6th. We'll be back with the bottom of the 6th right after this.
Actually, I think we're going to keep it here for just a moment, Griff. And let me say, first of all, now if too many people are clamoring to see my haircut, I'm going to be a little nervous. I'm not going to lie about that. But anyway, we did this last night talking a little bit about something historical, about whether it's Port Angeles or the other team that's coming to town. Tonight we'll just tell you a little bit about the Drifters in Springfield. So, generations of Americans will be well aware, beginning in 1989, television audiences have enjoyed The Simpsons. Show creator Matt Groening intentionally set the show to be in Springfield, just one of the two most common place names in all of America, that alongside Washington. Matt wanted to give as many Americans a setting where they could all relate. Even just hearing the name Springfield, I can relate to that, even as a guy who's more of a Family Guy fan myself, but Simpsons is still pretty great. And he later confirmed that Springfield, Oregon is the show's true setting.
It is a very relatable environment. You're right. And when you say the name Springfield, I think of several Springfields in the country. Obviously, Oregon, Illinois, Massachusetts, to name a few. Very pretty, iconic household and a very successful long-running show that has a really bizarre history of predicting the future. A show unlike any other with some pretty well-known characters.
I mean, look, even just looking at, now that I've spent some time in Oregon and just the Pacific Northwest in general, just being able to see a lot of the wooded settings going on there, it felt kind of like driving through some of the national and state forests in the Pacific Northwest. It makes perfect sense to me. And Matt Groening grew up in Portland. You have Eugene and Springfield, just a few hours down I-5. It's understandable.
Absolutely. And real quick, question of the day. If you had to pick, who is your favorite Simpsons character?
Oh, that's a good one. Now, I've seen enough of The Simpsons to understand all the characters. Wow. I mean, there are very few things. There are very few things that can top Bart doing something Bart-like, and then Homer reacting by going, Bart! I mean, it's such a... Just reading a little bit about it, Matt intentionally made the Bart character so Homer and his teachers could have those Bart reactions.
Indeed, some very, very well recognizable quotes. We hit the bottom of the 6th inning now, as the Lefties are up to bat once again. That is MJ Kim making another appearance. Very impactful player, as we've mentioned before. Quickly behind 0-2 in the count. Right-handed batter versus left-handed pitcher results in a strikeout quickly on 3 pitches for MJ Kim.
That was a really good changeup we saw from Over. I mean, that ball just disappeared down into the strike zone. And after a couple of good fastballs, you throw that change of speed up there, good night.
A very, very good pitch indeed. Over's next pitch is right in the zone, right down the middle for strike 1. As Ethan Young, another fan favorite, looking to make some noise here in the 6th inning. Still 2-1 deficit as Young swings at that one, grounds it to the first baseman, the first baseman Culp, who flips it to Dotson, who reaches the bag to beat Young to the plate for the 2nd out. 2 quick outs for Over this evening.
That was one heck of a play by Culp. Going to his right, full extension on the dive, and a good job from Over, especially as a lefty, kind of finishing his delivery towards the third base bag, able to get over there to cover. And with Young not the fleetest of foot, it turned into a much easier play. Boy, that was one heck of a play, though.
You're absolutely right. Culp has exhibited some phenomenal athleticism this evening, being willing to put his body on the line and stretch for some really difficult balls to field, and he's carried his team this evening. As Casey Wayne is now up to bat. A pitcher for the Lefties coming in. Takes a pitch inside for ball 1. That hits him as he will advance to first with 2 outs. Casey Wayne with his first home appearance this season, able to advance to first safely.
Couldn't tell at first if that ball hit him, but the way Casey started to just casually take off his gear and start trotting the first, you could tell.
That's how it communicated with me. I didn't see it at first from our view. As Alsop makes his first debut, his first appearance tonight.
Just taking a couple extra moments. Home plate umpire is making sure he gets the subs in order. I was able to talk to Casey about a week ago. He was the first player to get into town. Drove up here from the Tucson area, the Phoenix area. Took about 3 days, went through California. Out of Phoenix College, just finished his, a rising redshirt sophomore, beg your pardon.
Alsop takes that one low and outside for ball one. As you were mentioning, Casey Wayne, we had a chance to meet with him. Such a great guy coming from Arizona, looking to make an impact for the Lefties this season. As Alsop drills that one to deep left field. That is out of here. No, that is down near the warning track and down for a base hit. As Alsop will go to second, and Wayne scores to even the score at 2-all.
Wow, that was a shot. Talk about a missile off the bat of Owen Alsop coming off the bench. I mean, that's definitely the hardest hit ball we've seen in each of these first two home games for the Lefties. Especially with 2 outs, Wayne was able to score easily from first.
Scored standing up, a huge break for the Lefties with 2 outs. As we have a brand new ball game here in Port Angeles. We have a mini visit at the mound with catcher Reed Kellum and John Over.
Also 94 miles per hour off the bat of Owen Alsop. I mean, we knew he hit that ball a ton, but that's some big league exit velocity right there, especially on the Wood Bat League.
You love to see it. Again, it's all about future talent, and we just witnessed some incredible action just now. Meanwhile, we have a bigger mound visit now as a coach for the Drifters is speaking with Kellum and Over.
I mean, it makes sense for the mound visit. The Lefties just tied the game. It's a big moment. You still have another man in scoring position, an opportunity for the Lefties to go ahead. And it's a really good sign, too, that finally the Lefties were able to do something tonight with a man in scoring position. You know, they had a couple big hits in yesterday's ball game, whether it was B.Y. Choi early on and Roberto Nunez in the 9th, but goodness, not good numbers with runners in scoring position. Hopefully a shot like that can really turn the momentum.
It certainly has. It's a new ball game in the bottom of the 6th as Pipersick swings and cuts that one foul. 2 outs, 0-1 the count as Over stays in the game. Pipersick looking to give the Lefties their first lead of the ball game with a runner in scoring position. That being Alsop with a lead at second. That pitch is low and outside near the dirt for ball one. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Jacob Pipasick with a flyout his last at bat. Looking to make some extra noise here as he takes that one inside and low for ball 2. 2-1 the count now.
You do have first base open, but I would say Pipersick is the man you have to go after. We've seen a few good swings already from Flores already tonight, even dating back to our first game of the evening.
A swing and a miss as Pipersick chases that one low, evens the count at 2-all.
Now if you're Pipersick, you need to shorten up. We've seen 2 really big swings this at bat. You got to pull it back, choke up, put something in play.
Pipersick awaits the 2-2. That is low inside for ball 3. A full count, a runner in scoring position, and 2 outs.
I do like Piper Sick's approach, even just seeing that pitch. The way he was able to watch that one in, he choked up a little bit on the bat, kind of shortened up on his leg kick. It's a good-looking two-strike approach to me.
Payoff pitch awaits. Piper Sick swings and drills that one into the stands past the first base line. Another souvenir tonight. Piper Sick staying alive.
I mean, that ball was hit a lot deeper down the right field line into those grandstands. I did not see anyone start running after that foul ball. It's not as crowded up there tonight as it was last night. Understandably so.
Piper Sick swings and drills that one to the second baseman, Newton, who throws it to Culp for the out. We have a tie ball game at the end of the 6th inning, going into the 7th. Let's go. We'll see you soon.
Well, actually, we're going to keep it here right now,
right.
Griff. Griff, like I said before, it's the 7th inning. I can understand. I kind of caught you out of nowhere, asking about the summer camp stuff. We saw a really entertaining game of dizzy bats in right field early on, and brought back some good memories of my summer camp days. Griff, what were some of your favorite games?
To start off the 3.5-week session, the whole camp would engage in a capture the flag match on main campus.
All right.
Campers of all ages, even members of leadership from all ranges. Nobody really knowing their cabin mates or leadership members yet. Everyone just engaging in pure fun to start off an epic session. That, of course, lasts a couple weeks but does not feel like it. It always flashes by like that. Another of my favorites was something we called the Garbage Bowl. Happened every Sunday night on what was easily the most mellow day of the week. A day off for us on Sunday, just a day to relax and enjoy the beauty of campus. The Garbage Bowl, what is it, you ask? It's leaders and staff versus campers and leaders. Yeah, leaders versus
No, Griff, I just have
campers.
to double check. Was this your time as a camp counselor, or was this you as a camper?
Both. I engaged in all these activities in 5 years as a camper, 3 in leadership. Some of the most memorable summers of my life. Pretty remarkable.
I like the sound of that.
Hope that answers your question. We had
Oh, yeah,
a
that
lot
was
of fun.
terrific. That was terrific. Yeah, my time as a camp counselor, one of our favorite games, if not the favorite. Most Fridays we would play this 4-way capture the flag game. We would call it Hunger Games. And each team would have to retrieve one colored ball that matched their team color from each of the other teams, and we would use what do you call them? The flags with the belts, and you pull the flags off, kind of imitating tag, and then you go in the other team's jail. You have chances to break people out of jail. And for whatever reason, even though I was one of the better athletes among the camp counselors, my teams never won. We would never win Hunger Games.
That sounds
I don't know
challenging.
why.
It's definitely a grind with that many teams in competition. That's what camp's all about.
Oh, yes.
Win or lose, it's all about fun memories and bonding, unlike any other.
Well, it was a ton of fun. Here's the problem, though. You have a distance runner, and me. I'm a pretty good athlete, but I got some of these track sprinters and long jumpers as co-counselors and guys who also play football, and I can't keep up with them. Their raw sprint feet is quicker than mine, and I can't change direction like them. And showing bunt and pulling back is Dawson Santana. Santana, Kellum, and Newton, the scheduled hitters. And a new pitcher for the Lefties, Cole Acker, will take over in relief of Christopher Mazza. Acker, 6'2", 175-pound right-hander. He just graduated from Port Angeles High School. He's off to Mount Hood Community College in Gresham, Oregon this fall coming up. He's also spent some time playing for the local American Legion Wilder Baseball Club. He joined them in the summer 2020 season. And he starts us off with a 4-pitch walk to Santana. Top of the 7th inning, 2-2 ball game. Lefties able to tie things up on an RBI double from Owen Alsop off the bench. Some early traffic for Acker. We'll see him work out the stretch for the first time.
The Drifters quickly responding with a runner on first following a run given up, as you previously mentioned, to tie the game. Let's see how the Drifters respond this evening as that pitch is taken high. 1-0 the count.
Five straight balls coming out of the bullpen from Acker. Kellum recorded an RBI single in the first, and he's flown out twice since then. Curious to see if they'll have him square around the bunt. He does not square, and he takes that fastball for a strike. Acker's not a hard thrower. Bit of a deceptive delivery, kind of a drop-down arm angle. Bit lower than 3/4, not quite a submarine guy. Guy who tries to change speeds and keep the hitters off balance. That ball's bounced towards hole on the left side. It's going to be cut off by Flores. Long throw to first, nowhere near in time. That ball just hit way too softly and too deep in the hole. Santana up to second base and an infield hit for Kellum, his second hit of the night.
The Drifters looking to respond by making a statement in the top of the 7th as we approach the 7th inning stretch. A very, what could really be set up to be a very fascinating finish for the second consecutive night. Or should we say day. We've seen some incredible action in the last 24 plus hours. Acker in a bit of a pickle right now with runners on first and second.
And Noonan shows bunt. It's a good one up the third base line. Acker over to get it. Long throw to first, and just in time to get Newton. Bang, bang play, athletic play by Acker, but a successful sacrifice bunt. Santana up to third, Kellum to second.
Provides a little bit of breathing room for this lefty's infield. And a minor break for Acker as he looks to limit the damage. However, this time, 2 runners in scoring position again for the Drifters, looking to regain their lead.
And that brings up Ryan Jeffrey. So tough spot for the lefties. 1 out, second and third in a 2-2 game in the 7th, and the first pitch is low. Jeffrey doubled in the third and walked in the 5th. So he's 1 for 2 tonight. And the lefties will bring the infield all the way in. All 4 infielders right on the grass as that pitch misses inside.
We've said this before, Acker just needs to remain calm. In a situation like this, he's probably feeling a little tense. Maybe he's got some nerves. His first home appearance this season.
That ball's fouled straight back, and it wedged into one of the chain links on the fence for a moment before dropping. So a 2-1 count. The outfielders are not deep. All 3 of them are in pretty good position to throw somebody out. Here's the 2-1. That ball's lined foul down the left field line and out of play. Let's see, with the lefty up, curious to see if Acker's able to go with a breaking ball, riding down and into the lefty. They come set. Here's his 2-2, and men on second and third. That ball's fisted back into the fence. Back-to-back great competitive games. Of course, the extra inning suspension last night, going 13 innings resumed today with the Drifters coming out on top 4-3. A tie ball game in the 7th. Was that a knuckleball?
It appeared to be. It went outside. It's a pitch we haven't seen so far in these first 2 games.
Whatever that was, it didn't have much spin on it. It missed way outside. Well, a 3-2 count for Acker. The infield's still in. That ball's popped up. The left side. Legata's over towards the dugout, and he runs out of room as that lands in the party deck. So we'll have to do it again. Pretty good battle from Jeffrey.
Jeffrey finding all sorts of ways to stay alive by hitting some foul balls going toward the fans. With runners on second and third.
A long look in that time from Acker. Now he comes set. Here's his 3-2 again. What's the call? Looks like they're going to call a balk on Acker. So Santana will cross the plate. Kellum up to third. It's now 3-2 Drifters. On a balk called him Cole Acker. I mean, they called it right away behind home plate. So they must have flinched somehow or didn't quite come set enough.
Whatever it was, I didn't see any illegal motion.
The pitch won't count. Now a 3-2 pitch. Well, and that one misses low. Now that's ball 4.
Did you notice any sort of premature movement?
I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
If I were to go watch it back, maybe I would see something, but we're not trained like the umpires are to see something like that.
No. We have a pretty decent view of home plate from our booth, but we're obviously not right on the field like the umpire. 3-2 now, the score as the Drifters take the lead on a balk. There's runners on first and third for the Drifters.
A high bouncer over the head of Acker. Kim comes in to get it. He has only one play, and he goes to first. Kellum able to cross the plate. That ball just hit way too slowly to try and turn 2. So it's now 4-2 Drifters with 2 outs in the 7th. And up to second goes Ryan Jeffrey. Productive at bat from Brady Culp, able to record the RBI.
The left fielder, number 12, Nate May.
And the Drifters are able to double their lead now, 4-2. Like we were saying before, looking for a big response. They have just now doubled their lead and are up 2 runs once again, with a runner at second with 2 outs in the top of the 7th.
So let's see, Acker needs to work out of this without allowing any further damage. That ball's popped up, right side. Young comes in towards the dugout. It looks like it landed right on top of the screen.
And just barely out of play. Ethan Young just ran out of room, had no chance there. As Acker looks to escape this pretty damaging inning.
There's action in the Lefties bullpen. But at least for now, this inning belongs to Acker. Here's the 0-2 with 2 outs. That ball's ripped into center field. That's going to be down for a base hit. Jeffrey's being waved around third. The throw comes to the plate. It's offline. Up to second goes May, and he's going to be safe at second base.
Jeffrey scores standing up, and the lead now 5-2, their largest of the night. What a response from the Drifters. Acker having a very, very rough inning, as the Lefties have fallen into a deeper hole.
Yeah, they're hitting him around just a little bit. He's made some good pitches. The Drifters, though, they're putting some good swings together. These are a lot of guys who are either sophomores or they're committed to the University of Oregon. So it's a great opportunity to face some Division I talent for a young pitcher. And that ball's under the glove of Sebastian Flores. That's in the center field. Another run's going to cross the plate with Nate May. It's now 6-2 Drifters on the error by Flores. And that ball surely would have gotten him out of the inning. Flores tried to charge that ball and get it on his glove side. He just took a bit of a hop, went right over his glove.
Took a tough bounce, just very difficult to field.
Now batting, number 3, Jason Miller.
And that brings up Jason Miller. Came in the game as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning. He ended up striking out. He comes up empty on the first pitch heater. So 0-1 the count, 6-2 Drifters with 2 outs in the 7th. And there goes the runner from first. A throw by Adams. It's a strong one, and it's dropped. Would have been a bang-bang play at second base. MJ Kim not able to hold on to that throw. It was a good one from Adams.
A good one indeed. Adams staying alert, just couldn't quite be fielded by Kim. Fouled it.
The pitch was called a strike, so 0-2 the count. Here's a pitch from Acker. The curveball just misses. Home plate umpire signaled it was outside. It was close.
This nightmare inning for the Lefties drags on as Miller looks to, dare we say, put this game away.
And that one's on the outside corner for a called strike 3. Miller not happy with the call. That finally retires the side. Not before the Drifters able to plate 4 runs to untie the game. We're through 6.5 innings at Civic Field. Springfield able to emerge with a 6-2 lead. We'll be back in just a moment. Six to 2 is our score in the bottom of the 7th inning. Lefties getting set to take their hacks. Sebastian Flores, Sam Adams, Trent Jackson, the scheduled hitters. The Drifters will go back to their bullpen. It'll be Jackson Coons coming on in relief for John Over. Coons out of Linfield University in Oregon. This will be the 3rd game he's pitched in. He's allowed one earned run, and that came a few days ago at Wenatchee. Pitched a scoreless inning about a week ago against the Lefties back in Oregon. He'll look to come in trying to advance the Drifters to 7-1 to start the season. The first pitch fastball misses high. Flores has hit the ball hard today. He singled and scored in the 3rd, put up a pretty good at bat in the 4th inning, resulted in an out, and was able to get a base hit in the resumed game, our first resumed game today. But he's behind 1-2.
The Drifters seeking a 7-1 start following a pretty less than stellar season in its inaugural existence last year. Going 17-37, now flipping the script in 2023.
That ball's chopped foul at home plate. Well, Griff, I thought it was pretty fitting actually talking a little about our summer camp experiences about an inning ago. It is a Little League day at the ballparks, and we have just going out we had several Little Leaguers just go out with the Lefties to their positions to get set up for the national anthem. It's a really cool thing to see. I was able to work a softball game, the Little League Championship softball game in Port Angeles about a week ago. They needed an announcer. I was able to spare a little bit of time on an early Friday evening, and it's a great atmosphere. And baseball's been growing out here.
100% it has. It's always a neat thing to watch with Little League. Seeing young athletes pursue their dreams out there at a very young age.
Flores goes down swinging, so they'll bring up Sam Adams. Adams with an RBI double back in the 3rd. He's been a rock behind the plate. Just seeing him in person the first couple times, no swing on the check swing called down the 1st. He's got a good arm back there. He gets up out of his crouch quickly, and he should have a couple more caught stealing attempts tonight. Just some issues on the receiving end of some of his throws. 1-1 the count.
The lefty is desperately looking for any kind of response here following when they tied the game last inning, now finding themselves in a 4-run hole.
That one's fouled straight back off the wood behind home plate. Drew a few oohs and ahs from some fans sitting in the box seats.
Adams looking to stay alive with Trent Jackson on deck.
So 1-2 the count, 1 out, nobody on base, 6-2 Drifters in the bottom of the 7th. Swung on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jackson Coons coming out of the bullpen, 2 away in the 7th.
Things are not looking good right now for the lefties. It's going to be an uphill climb the rest of the way. And we'll need even greater late inning magic than last night.
That brings up Trent Jackson. He's 1 for 3 today. He singled back in the 3rd. The first pitch fastball misses a little bit high. And tomorrow, will be a Sunday afternoon showing, ladies and gentlemen. 1:35 start time, same place on the local access station and the West Coast League app. That's in there for a called strike.
Nothing like a good old matinee on a Sunday afternoon for baseball.
Hey, I'll say, I think we're supposed to get some pretty good weather. 1-2 the count. Yeah, it's supposed to be up to 70 degrees tomorrow. Sunny skies. I'll take that, my friend. I mean, it's turned into a beautiful evening tonight. 2-2 the count.
The opposite of, as we mentioned earlier tonight, the opposite weather in comparison with last night as the rain started downpouring at this point in the game. Now a very different result tonight in the game, but much more beautiful weather.
3-2 the count to Jackson. 3-2 the count, ladies and gentlemen. Trent Jackson staying alive at the moment. 3-2, 2 outs, nobody on base. Coons trying to work a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th. And he deals, and that one's a little outside for ball 4. Jackson able to work a 2-out walk. Close pitch. Even Jackson was looking back for just a moment just to make sure that he's allowed to take first base. And that brings up Barrett Rose. He's 0 for 3 today with a couple strikeouts. A short lead at first from Jackson. Lefties do need base runners. They are down to their final 7 outs. Swings at the first pitch and chops it foul. And speaking of Little League Day being today, throughout the game, we've just seen youngsters playing catch, having fun beyond the right field wall over near the uprights over there. Yeah, playing catch, playing some tag games. Right now I see a couple of youngsters playing some long toss. Here's the 0-1. That one's off the end of the bat, popped up and into the screen. So 0-2 the count to Rose. We've been able to play catch a few times just on the field out here. And it takes me back.
Oh, certainly. It's very nostalgic just to be on a field and throw a ball around again.
Oh, yes. Even growing up playing catch with my younger brother, occasionally playing on the same team. Here's the 0-2. Way outside. It gets away from Kellum. It goes to the backstop. Jackson able to get to second on the wild pitch. And just way outside. Let's see if the lefties are able to cut into this deficit. A base hit would make this a 3-run game. Situations like this, don't try and get it all back at once. If you're able to chip away, then you're able to put a little more pressure on the opposition. Here's the 1-2 with 2 outs.
I don't know what's going on.
Once again, set for the 1-2 with 2 outs. Jackson looming at second base. A good play that time from Kellum on the ball in the dirt. So deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the 7th, and a man on second base. All sorts of room up the middle. Ben Noonan the second base and playing over towards the hole. That ball's chopped towards the third baseman. And it gets through Santana, trickles into left field. Jackson's around third. The throw to the plate, it's going to be late. Jackson able to cross the plate on the error by Dawson Santana. That gives the fans a little bit of life here at Civic Field.
It certainly does, and this could potentially provide a spark. A much-needed run from the lefties just now. As MJ Kim steps up to the plate once again for the biggest hit of the night.
It was an aggressive wave around from Carlos Ramirez in the third base coach's box, especially down 4 runs. It pays off. See if the lefties can take further advantage of this break. The ball was hit fairly sharply, but it just kind of stayed low right on the dirt and right under Santana's glove. And that first pitch is a little high, ball 1. MJ Kim is 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts. Offense been tough to come by from the top of the lineup tonight. Outside 2-0. Young waits on deck. Casey Wayne's spot is in the hole. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That one's popped up foul. Now, if Kim's able to get a base hit, you cut it to a 2-run game, then things get a lot more interesting. And we've still got time. We have 2 outs in the 7th inning. Well, that's a wild swing on the ball in the dirt. A nasty breaking ball that time. So once again, 2 batters in a row, face a 2-2 count. Was able to make the pitch, did Coons, to get a ground ball from Rose. Let's see if Kim's able to battle. Here's the 2-2 from Coombs. The runner goes. The pitch taken low. Throw on the third is on a couple hops. And not in time at third. It was a pretty good play by Santana just to haul that ball in.
Indeed it was, and the lefties are now in business again, continuing this hard-fought bottom of the 7th. Still trailing 6-3. But potentially looking to cut it in half with a base hit here.
Well, now you got to be careful if you're the catcher Kellum on the ball in the dirt. That ball's popped up. Right side, getting out to deeper right field. It's not deep at all. And a pretty good running grab from the right fielder, Garrett Vose. Ball that played all sorts of tricks up in the sky, but he's able to make the lunging catch. The lefties are able to play the run across on the error by Santana. It's a 6-3 ball game through 7 full at Civic Field. We thank you once again for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, on a beautiful evening on the Olympic Peninsula. 6-3 Drifters in the top of the 8th inning. Top of the order coming up for the Drifters, and a new pitcher for the Port Angeles Lefties. Weston Penninger will take over on the mound. This first pitch is in there for a called strike. Penninger out of Utah Valley State University. Tall right-hander working out of the windup. Trying to keep the deficit right where it is. That pitch misses outside. Lefties able to put a run on the board back in the 7th, taking advantage of an error. So overall, a big difference has been just executing with runners in scoring position. Drifters able to do that just a little bit better than the Lefties over these first 2 nights.
Penninger quickly behind in the count at 2-1.
Here's his pitch to Cownan. Check swing, doesn't matter, it's called a strike. Cownan singled and scored back in the first, part of a 2-run first inning to open up the ball game. 1 for 3 overall. Way outside, 3-2 the count. Here's a 3-2 pitch with no outs in the 8th. That ball misses upstairs, ball 4. It was close.
The Lefties in need of another stop here as the fans have gone quiet. And as you mentioned earlier, not as large of attendance tonight as we saw in our season opening game.
Well, granted, look, from what I've been told, Griff, once we get to July, that's when the main tourist season starts. And that's when things really warm up around here because we had a few cold days. That pitch is taken for a strike. And heck, I went about a week and a half going out for my runs. Didn't matter where it was on the trail, just all sorts of wind.
A beautiful time of year to visit this lovely town. So much sightseeing, so much to do, including Port Angeles Lefties games.
Back towards the middle, flag down by Penninger, the second for 1, over the first, and it gets past Young, and it kicks up off the wood near the dugout. Whoa, and all sorts of animosity coming from the Lefties dugout. I have a feeling they're not pleased with the way Cownan ended up sliding into second base to try and break up that double play. Not happy about it at all. That's all I can assume it is. Now Carlos, he's going out to talk to the umpires. Now the 2 umpires are going to discuss the slide at second. It was a great play initially. By Weston Penninger to flag that ball down. It was a low throw to second base, but a good job by Flores just to dig it out and a wild return throw to first. So after a discussion from the 2 umpires, the play will stand as it was originally called. Now, Carlos, he's going to take up the discussion further with the field umpire. And I saw Ian right away, right as he came in on the slide, just hop right out from his position by the dugout and start yelling out to the umpires.
Lefties appear to be furious with that call.
Yeah, so it'll be a fielder's choice for Santana. 1-6 on the put out to second base. So the conversation concludes. It's a man on first with 1 out. Santana taking the place of Cole Cownan. It'll be Reed Kellum. He pops the first pitch up foul. I didn't get a good look at that slide at second base. I mean, it's one of those kind of bang-bang plays. The play took a little bit longer to develop, so naturally the runner going to second base, he's going to be a little bit closer. All sorts of rules now, though, against taking out an infielder on a double play ball. And there goes Santana. The throw down to second is not going to be in time. The play's backed up nicely by Flores. So stolen base for Santana.
And with only 1 out, the Drifters threatening once again. Up 6-3, looking to say a little early, put this game away.
An insurance run would certainly be helpful, especially trying to get that run back that the lefties just put up. Longer looking this time from Peninsula. Here's his 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Kellum goes down on 3 pitches, 2 away. Now they'll bring up Ben Newton. It'll be left to him.
Now batting number 21, Ben Newton.
He's 1 for 3. He singled back in the 5th and stole a base. Also a successful sacrifice bunt his last time up in the 7th. He takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Well, I mentioned a couple youngsters down the right field line playing long toss a bit earlier. Now we see, looks like a group of 7 or 8 out there kind of playing long toss. Oh, even more kids emerge from behind some of the banners. The runner goes on the pitch, a throw down. It hits off the glove of Legata, but he's able to keep it around him.
The bullpen is active for the lefties.
So a ball and a strike the count. Let's see. I saw looks like a couple dads out there now playing jackpot with the kids, throwing a baseball up in the air. The kids are going to try to get it. You know, speaking of really good camp games, jackpot was a major favorite for mine. Swing and a miss, 1-2 the count.
Without question, and whenever I get the chance, whatever time of the year, most preferably summer, to get the chance to play jackpot, I'm down. That is one heck of a game.
That was just one of our warm-up games, but it seemed like about 60 kids as they started to show up would start coming over once I announced jackpot was starting.
Meanwhile, Santana with back-to-back stolen bases on third with 2 outs. Ben Newton behind in the count, 1-2, looking to tack on another run here.
Here's a 2-strike pitch from Penninger. 1-2, 2 outs, a man on third. That one's popped up. To the right side, right by the foul line. Young is going back. MJ Kim is out there too. And making the catch in fair territory is the first baseman, Ethan Young. So Penninger able to work around a man getting to third base. He pitches a scoreless frame. Through 7.5 at Civic Field, it's the Drifters 6 and the Lefties 3. Welcome back, baseball fans. I'm Evan Schmeiser, joined by Griff McClellan. Heart of the lineup coming up, Young, Casey Wayne, and Owen Alsop spots are the scheduled hitters. Jackson Coons back out for his second inning of work. Young was robbed of a base hit his last time up on a diving play by Culp. We've seen him hit a few balls hard just over towards that hole on the right side. The ball's chopped foul on the right side.
And a nice little snag by Casey Wayne on deck.
We've seen some pretty good athletic plays from guys by the dugout, guys standing in the on-deck circle area. That was a bit of an easier play, if you ask me. Here's the 0-2. Ball's off the end of the bat. It's flared into center field. Jeffrey's over to his left. He's able to put it away.
Lefties trailing 6-3 for just now tuning in with us.
And I'll bring up Casey Wayne. He was hit by a pitch coming in to pinch hit in the 6th inning. He came around to score.
Number 27, Casey Wayne.
Came around on that double from Owen Alsop to initially tie the game at 2. And the Drifters able to put 4 runs on the board in the 7th. Lefties able to get one back in their half of the 7th inning. That's where we stand, 6-3 with 1 out in the 8th.
Lefties in need of some sort of rally here as they're down to their final 5 outs.
1-0 pitch. It's chopped weakly. Flagged down by Coons, and he flips underhand in time. So 2 quick outs for Coons after struggling a little bit coming out of the gates in the 7th.
Next at bat, number 39, Owen.
That brings up Owen Alsop. Mentioned just a moment ago, a ringing RBI double to the wall in left center field. A ball that came off the bat 94 miles per hour. He surely put a charge into it. Takes the first pitch a little outside, ball 1.
Bases are empty with 2 outs as Alsop is ahead in the count 1-0.
Well, the Lefties homestand does continue. Once again, the 1:35 start tomorrow as that pitch is hit foul. And then the Victoria Harbor Cats will come to town for a 3-game series that concludes on Wednesday. Lefties will hit the road for a 3-game weekend set from the 16th through the 18th, and then they'll come home for another week. That pitch is hit foul once again towards the Lefties' dugout. 1-2 the count. At some point, we're definitely going to take the ferry, Griff, and head over to Victoria.
Absolutely. I promised myself when I came up here this summer I'd visit Victoria at least once. We will ensure everything we can to make sure this happens.
You have your passport, right?
I do.
Good, good. And, I mean, you're from Vermont. You've definitely been to Canada.
I have. I visited Montreal once. That was a pretty cool city.
Really? Just once?
Yeah, I've been to Canada twice. I went to Alberta when I was much younger, when I lived in the Pacific Northwest. I went there for a day trip, and I went to Montreal in 8th grade for a 2-night trip. Got to explore the iconic Olympic Stadium.
The 3-2 pitch is hit foul back to the screen. I've only been to Canada once, and that's something I mildly regret. Because I did undergrad 4 years at St. Lawrence University, just 18 miles off the Canadian border. I went to Ottawa once, and it was February, and it wasn't bad for them, but it was cold for me. It was definitely cold for me. I looked like a fool. I attempted to go ice skating. I can't believe I'm remembering this now. I had never gone ice skating before. You know, New Jersey, we are not a hockey state. You know, you go further north, I'm sure you're aware of this, Vermont, especially Massachusetts, lots of New York. Those boys grow up in skates. A lot of the girls too, but a lot of hockey players.
Absolutely. That is the hockey capital of the United States. It's very popular in the Northeast.
Almost popped up foul once again.
You say hockey's not popular in New Jersey? Not
no,
as big a deal?
it's not a hockey state. We're not a hockey state. You don't see a lot of high schools playing hockey. You see a lot of basketball. Baseball does very well. Field hockey, as far as girls go, huge in New Jersey. You see a lot of tracks. Like, you don't see skiing. It's not cold enough. And a check swing. And yes, he does go around. Kellum will finish off the strikeout to first base. That retires the side. Lefties go down 1-2-3 in their half of the 8th. We're through 8 full at Civic Field. It's the Drifters 6 and the Lefties 3.
Welcome back to Port Angeles, folks. We approach the top of the 9th inning now. Zachary Kim on the mound for the Lefties. Colt Brady up to bat. 6-3 in favor of the Drifters, behind 0-1. Next pitch from Kim is contacted by Culp down the first base line for foul ball, quickly behind 0-2. Zachary Kim looking to keep the Lefties relevant in this one. Trailing 6-3, he throws that one down in the dirt. Count now 1-2.
Yeah, we're going to have a brief meeting on the mound. Looks like they're trying to get their signs in order. It wasn't a bad curveball from Zach Kim, but looked like he might have crossed up his catcher. And that's probably what that meeting was about. If you get a cross-up, you have to take a quick mound visit, because then that can be a dangerous situation. If you're thinking a curveball is coming, then you get a fastball. So 1-2 the count to Jeffrey. So he pops that one up foul down the left field line. Jeffrey, Culp, and Nate May. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Zachary Kim out of the windup. That one's off the glove. 2-2 the count. And we do have a new catcher. It looks like Reagan Guthrie is now back behind the plate and taking the place of Sam Adams. And Sam Adams, he's been working hard over the past 2 nights. He's definitely earned an inning off.
He certainly has.
Yeah, especially if he's going to catch all 9 innings tomorrow.
On short rest, too, as we've mentioned before, a Sunday afternoon game tomorrow. Not as much time to rest and recover for these athletes.
Well, and there's ball 4 to Jeffrey. So leadoff walk issued by Zach Kim. That brings up Brady Culp.
Now batting number 30, Brady Culp.
Recorded an RBI in the 7th inning on a ground out. He's 0 for 3 overall. Also walked in the 5th. The Lefties will look to turn 2. They trail 6-3. No outs, a man on first in the 9th. Third baseman Legata playing even at the bag. The first pitch is popped foul. Lefties bullpen vacant at the moment. Zach Kim looking to finish off the 9th inning, keep things where they're at, give the Lefties an opportunity, trailing by just 3. That ball's ripped in the right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Jeffrey, he's on his way to third. He looked back for a moment. The throw in, a one hop, it's not in time.
And still nobody out, and the Drifters are not done yet. Holding a comfortable 6-3 lead, but looking to officially put this game a little out of reach for the Lefties late into the night.
It brings up Nate May. That would mean on first and third and nobody out. The Lefties will look to turn 2 up the middle with MJ Kim and Sebastian Flores. And they'll have Young hold the runner on at first. There he goes. A big-time jump. The pitch is bunted foul. Surprising. Because if you're trying to get an insurance run up, going with another safety squeeze. We saw a successful safety squeeze last night from the Drifters.
We did. They utilized small ball again en route to a delayed victory. A thrilling 4-3 victory in 13 innings. What a way to open your home opener. Unfortunately, the Lefties came up short in their first game at Civic Field, but still very thrilling for sure.
A snap throw back to first, not in time. And we saw just a moment ago, we saw Culp just get a huge jump on that foul bunt attempt. I mean, he went a good 2 seconds before Zach Kim even released the pitch. That's on the outside corner for a called strike 3. Big punch out. So 1 out now at men on first and third. It brings up Vose.
Now batting the right fielder, number 6, Garrett Bowes.
Once again, the lefties will look to turn 2. The bullpen's been good tonight. Whether it's been Chris Mazza, whether it's been Penninger. Adams had a strong outing. Bullpen's been pretty good tonight for the most part. 0-1 the count.
The lefties seeking another break tonight, perhaps a double play as you mentioned, to keep the score exactly where it currently stands.
The right fielder, Jackson, he's playing pretty deep. Everyone else, straight up. Outside 1-1. It's 1-1, first and third, 1 out. There goes the runner again from first. Pitching it outside. They're going to throw through to second base. It's cut off by the shortstop Flores. A throw home. It's on a bounce. And it gets away from Guthrie. And Culp is going to get all the way to third on the wild throw. It was a pretty good first and third play from the lefties. Have the shortstop come in a little more shallow, cut off the throw, try and cut the runner down at the plate. And they had Culp beat. Excuse me, they had Jeffrey beat coming home. It was just a low throw.
Regardless, it works in the Drifters' favor, now leading 7-3, equaling their largest of the night.
What happened here? That ball gets in the left field. That's going to be a base hit. And coming in to score is going to be Culp on the play. Or beg your pardon. It looks like he was able to make that catch. So sacrifice fly. It's now 8-3 Drifters. So now 2 outs, nobody on base. And it's Jace Miller's spot coming up in the 9-hole. Looks like he will bat for himself. And 2 important insurance runs for Springfield as we get a check swing foul ball. We'll see who the Drifters send out for the 9th inning. Busy day for both teams. Resuming the suspended game earlier, picking things up in the 11th inning. Drifters able to emerge with the 4-3 victory in 13 after we had to stop last night due to rain in the 10th inning. Then 25, 30 minutes later, got things going again. So opening night is officially done. That's a called strike 3 on Jace Miller. That finally retires the side. 2 more runs come across for Springfield. They lead 8-3. Last chance for the lefties coming up. We're back for the bottom of the 9th inning, ladies and gentlemen. Final hacks for the lefties. It'll be the 7, 8, 9 spots coming up. Roberto Nunez will grab a bat and hit for Pipersick. Nunez, last night, was able to tie the game with a 2-run single in the 9th inning, ultimately send that to extras. So he got the late evening off, but he'll get one swing tonight. He takes the first pitch a little outside, ball one. So Piper Sick done for the day. Going 0 for 3, reaching on a catcher's interference. Outside 2-0 the count. Once again, you guys, we'll be right back here tomorrow at 1:35 on the local public access station as well as the West Coast League app. Final game of our 3-game set with the Springfield Drifters. Hit foul 2-1. Then the Lefties will welcome the Victoria Harbor Cats to town for a 3-game series opening up on Monday. Jackson Coons back out for his 3rd inning of work trying to finish this game off. He's been good coming out of the bullpen, just allowing the 1 unearned run in the 7th. He's been clean besides that. But he's behind 3-1 to Nunez. That's on the inner half, 3-2 the count.
Coons with a tremendous outing. As you said, 3 pitches, 3 innings of work, looking to close the deal tonight for the Drifters.
Here's the 3-2 pitch lead off the 9th. That ball's ripped in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Nate May over to get it. Nunez has been swinging a hot bat. Seems like everything we've seen to open this homestand has just been a laser from him. He records another base hit.
Last chance for the Lefties. So far, so good. In 1 at bat, 1 base hit.
And I'll bring up Reagan Guthrie. He came in to catch an inning ago. He's hitting in Sebastian Flores' spot. We get a meeting on the mound. Looks like the Drifters are going to bring the entire infield in. Once again, you guys, it's been an absolute pleasure having everybody join us, and especially being patient with the long day as well. We got things started at 6:30, resuming the suspended ball game from earlier, having to stop play in the 10th inning. Again, play 3 more innings earlier. Some could say as a bit of a warm-up, and then come back for another 9 innings. Busy day at Civic Field, and especially on Little League Day.
Absolutely, a tremendous day for baseball. We've now had 4 hours of some pretty entertaining games. This one not quite as entertaining as last night, but still not too bad a ball game. We've seen some incredible talent, including some very strategic small ball use from the Drifters. We've said that several times tonight. The Lefties with their final chance down to their 3 outs with a runner on first.
So Reagan Guthrie out of Reggie's University, teammates with Casey Wayne. He's 0 for 10 to start his West Coast League season as he takes a fastball in the outer half. Likely taking all the way, trailing by 5. A short lead at first from Nunez. Swung on and missed, 0-2 the count. Chase Taylor waits on deck, hitting in Sam Adams' original spot. And there's a called strike 3. Reagan Guthrie goes down on 3 pitches. So 1 out in the 9th, it brings up Taylor. Taylor, big part of that 9th inning rally yesterday, that tying effort. Looks like timeout is being called. We're going to have a meeting on the mound, and it looks like the Drifters, they might go to their bullpen. Yep, the Drifters are going to their bullpen. With 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning and a man on first, Drifters leading by 5. We're going to get a pitching change. So we'll be back in a moment with the new pitcher. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So we have one out in the bottom of the ninth inning. Well, the man on first, that's Roberto Nunez. He singled just a moment ago. Tavares Timms will be the new pitcher for Springfield, making his first appearance of the season. His first pitch is taken outside by Chase Taylor. He'll be taking his first set of swings tonight, batting in Sam Adams' original spot. That's low, 2-0 the count. Taylor able to record a base hit. Put men on first and second last night in that tying rally in the bottom of the ninth. That 2-0 is down and away, 3-0 the count. The last thing you want to do is walk a guy on 4 pitches coming out of the bullpen in a 5-run game. I would have to think Taylor would take all the way.
If you're the manager, would you give him the green light right now?
No, absolutely not. 5-run game, I wouldn't do that. And it looks like he did take all the way. 3-1 the count. Because you're going to get the same pitch 3-1 in this situation as you would 3-0. Trent Jackson waiting on deck. Short lead at first from Nunez. The 3-1. Similar spot, 3-2 the count. Drifters will look to turn 2. The second baseman, Newton's playing pretty far over towards the second base bag. Lots of room on the right side. The 3-2, swung on and missed. Taylor had to go out towards the outer half just to protect. He comes up empty. And the lefties down to their final out.
Now batting the right fielder.
In jeopardy of losing back-to-back games to begin the homestand. It'll be Trent Jackson. Singled in the third. He walked in the seventh and came around to score. First pitch is in the dirt, 1-0. They're not going to hold Nunez on at first this time. One out to go in a 5-run game. Swung on and missed, 1-1 the count. Looks like the Drifters would be content to just let Nunez go. 1-1 the count, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth inning. That pitch is off the glove of Kellum. It goes to the backstop. Nunez will end up getting to second on the passed ball.
Two and one the count now on Trent Jackson as Timms looks to close out this 8-3 ball game at the moment for the Drifters.
Here's the 2-1. That ball's chopped foul. Look out by the lefties dugout. A couple guys grabbing onto their helmets, trying to get out of the way. Nunez is also running on the pitch. He'll have to go back to second. So the lefties down to their final strikes. 2-2, 2 outs. Nunez out at second base. Drifters leading 8-3. Tavares Timms trying to finish off this ballgame for the Drifters, looking to win their 3rd consecutive game. Nunez goes again. The pitch taken high, and they're going to let him go over the third base. Defensive indifference once again.
Full count for Trent Jackson, a runner on third. Full count with 2 outs.
Timms comes set once again. Here's his 3-2 pitch. That ball's hit pretty well out to right field by Jackson. Over his Vos. He's able to put it away to retire the side. That's your ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Drifters able to win their 2nd consecutive game coming into Port Angeles. 8-3 is your final, ladies and gentlemen. Good start for the Drifters this season. They improved to 7-1. Lefties dropped to 1-7 after losing back-to-back games today. We thank you once again for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Evan Schmeiser. On behalf of Griff McClellan, we'll see you all tomorrow. 1:35 is our start time for the final game, final set of our 3-game series with the Drifters.